I mean, I don't even think I'm going to use that. It's mostly just, I don't know. I'm not going to make people uninstall it. If it does, I'll do something with it. If it doesn't, I won't. You know, like that's the status there, Necron. And also, hello, Mesa Music. All right. Should you disable DF agitation, rebalance, and DF hack? Well, I'm not going to be settling on Untamed Wilds. I would say disable everything, but as long as it's not going to break the save file, I don't see anything being an issue. But remember, this isn't an event about playing optimally. The thing is, like, if I say everybody has to completely disable DF hack, like, should we make that a rule, I guess, is the question. Because if I say everybody has to disable DF hack, some people just straight up won't play. I can tell you that for a fact right now. Which I think is silly, but I've got no issue with disabling DF hack. I'm just concerned that's going to be a barrier to entry for some people, is my main logic there. So what do we think, chat? I mean, you guys know how I play. I play with everything disabled already. That's just another filter process. Well, let's do a poll, okay? I'll do 2 polls. Give me a second here. We'll do a poll and a post and figure out if we think, as a group, if DF hack should be allowed. People could cheat in any manner of ways. But if you're going into this expecting to cheat, you're going about this the wrong way. I have a phone call I actually have to answer. Hold on.
Sandwich!
Nuclear vessels.
Sorry, I actually had to answer that phone call. That's very rare. All right, so let me finish filling out these polls. And both Twitch and YouTube are getting the same poll, so good luck. The thing is, like, it's not even a if people can cheat with it thing. If you are planning to go into this to cheat, just don't take part. Like, that's... I realize that this is kind of a honor system thing, but there's gonna be elements of this going on, period. And don't fuck around or you won't be invited back, basically. Yeah. I'm more concerned about conflicts with scripts. That's the biggest concern I have with DFHack. I don't really care about people thinking they're gonna cheat or people being worried about cheating. The only thing I would say I'm concerned about is I have had issues trying to load save files in the past when I loaded a lot of other save files from other people that crashed because there was a lot of scripts that I didn't have loaded. So I think DFHack should be fine. Just please don't break the save file. We will have a bajillion backups of it. You guys know that I don't use any auto scripts, so limit your usage if the votes are yes. So. All right, yeah, it seems to be pretty overwhelmingly yes, it should be allowed. Okay, well, I guess that's what we're rolling with then. Like, if you're using a ton of custom or difficulty scripts, maybe disable them for this. I'll stick some specific wording into the guidelines here. Limit any custom or difficulty related scripting. Maybe, but maybe needs a big asterisk in the rules because, okay, well, I mean, here's the rules, right? Like, I could just bold, underline. How's that? Motherfucker. Or I could plop that down at the bottom, even. How's that? That bold enough for you? No, it's totally fine. I mean, when you typed that in and pressed enter, that's why I went and did it. I mean, the absolute worst case scenario is we lose a year, right? Like, the worst case scenario is if somebody plays and does something and it, like, alters the save permanently or breaks something, we rewind 1 year, right? Like, that is the worst case. The best case, nothing happens. And you can load DFHack forts. Assuming you're not using custom scripts, you can load DFHack forts. I think I will just I'll also throw this down here in the guidelines, which is this. For save compatibility reasons, this will be a vanilla playthrough, which also kind of factors into this because custom scripting is used to make things not vanilla. It's one of the ways of modding the game. So well, joining the Discord is going to be, like, mandatory to take part in this all-around helper. That's the only place I'm going to be posting the sign-up form. So, because that's where all of the communication for this is going to take place. Yeah, I tend to agree. But like, you know, even if people want to use like, I don't know, like if people are used to using DFHack's tools for their playstyle, I have no issue with that, Eurus Games. Like if you're very, very used to using DFHack for exporting map layouts, or if you want to use DFHack to take some screenshots in Stone Sense, or like, you know, if you want to use DFHack to load in your preferred job list. I don't care about that, right? It's just like, as long as you're not using any of Armok's blessing commands and stuff like that, which like permanently alter dwarven personalities, or like stress equals 0 or something, I think we're probably okay, and people will notice immediately if that happens. How much of these are going to be putting out fires from the previous person? It depends on how chaotic things get, right? Especially because you only have 1 year. All right, so I'm going to post the sign-up form, I think. This is the sign-up form once again. It's a Dwarf Fortress Succession game sign-up. Like, this is the link to the guidelines right here. 1 week to play, all that. It's not necessarily this week that you will play your session if and when you sign up. So I'm going to share this. Copy responder link, shorten URL, copy, save. This is going to be placed in the viewer succession forts room on Discord. There's succession forts and then viewer succession forts. It's in the viewer succession forts room, which you should be able to see. Don't use Makon. That's permanently altering the game. I mean, they're totally allowed to do that, Greg and then some. But they have to take screenshots and provide a write-up about exactly what happened, right? Like, you're allowed to cause catastrophes. There's no issues with that. The issue is, do you do a good job chronicling it? Is that's a word, yeah? Where do you find my Discord? It's discord.gg/blind, or just look in the YouTube description. And if you're on Twitch here, it's right there. I will link it in the YouTube chat. I mean, you're allowed to troll, but you need to justify it in writing, right? Like, this is a creative writing exercise more so than anything. So as long as you've written a compelling story and like described events that have happened with justifications or reasoning, even if it's like faulty management, like, this is a writing roleplay exercise, primarily. And if you want to have gameplay fun with that and troll the streamer, I am totally okay with that. You can absolutely name dwarves, but let's, like, if you notice here on Twitch right now, I have dwarf naming disabled, because I think they should be named after in-world things that make sense. Or, you know, it's a community effort, so like, if I just have a tiny hippo running around, that doesn't really, I don't know, suit it very much. But like, you know, you could name offices after something. Like, let's try and keep things fair, because I think like if I have dwarf naming turned on, then everything's just gonna get named immediately. So let's try and keep nicknaming, like, you could nickname something after yourself, but it has to be like a thing that happens that you've written about, you know? Yeah, I mean, the mayor's cruel, clearly, right? He's sometimes cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. You know? Like, I'm totally fine with people nicknaming stuff as long as there's, like, a logical reason for it. I mean, totally, yeah. Make a statue for yourself. We could have, like, a participants' Hall of Legends or something of the little statues that were created by people who took part in their turn or whatever. Like, you could do whatever you want. Why is ketchup illegal? Why not? I don't know. Discord made me make rules, and I don't like ketchup, so ketchup's illegal. That's why it's... I don't know. It's a bit, I guess. So yeah, that's the whole plan for this. The, like, side goal here is this is a way for me... This is a way for me to get more content and play a different fort. And it's up to you guys to keep up with what's going on, and we'll ideally have a full written chronicle of what's happened. So instead of people being like, hey, can you catch me up on what happened in the last 3 weeks? I can just be like, well, it's all in the Discord, and you can go read through it. So this is self-serving. Oh yeah, absolutely, Bone Doll. Do whatever. Like, as long as you have a short write-up as to what happened and screenshots of the events, you can do whatever you want. You can stream yourself, you can film yourself, you can, I don't know, like I said earlier, write it all down in binary and send it via carrier pigeon to your grandma. You can do whatever you want. You just have to participate in the side that matters. And I want this to be a community event primarily, not a streamer event. So if people, like, I'm not reaching out to streamers first or anything. I want this primarily to be a community event for this community. But yeah, stream it if you want. I don't care. You do you. You'd scream it out loud when you... Anyway, I was going to go into detailed mode. I'm thinking just a medium region. The end year is 350. How do we feel about 250? Nice short-ish history. To make the next and better boat murdered. That's a bit ambitious. Singing Bard in YouTube chat. It's a bit ambitious. Small history is better for lower, yeah. I don't know. I've been doing that long history world for so long. I think just like keeping the history short is probably wise. Just gonna save. How do I do this? CSF, Community Succession Fort. Let's do that. So I have my parameters saved. I was thinking just widen out the caverns and lower down mineral scarcity. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And just kind of do nothing else. We could also turn off periodically erode extreme cliffs if we want to have some extreme cliffs. YouTube chat is saying 275 for the sake of, I think, being evenly in the middle. So chat, we were saying 300, 350, 275. How do we feel about 275 for the end year? I could turn up the number of Titans slightly if you guys want. $420. That's the Snoop Dogg world, yes? All right, let's just start at the top here. Custom world name. Could just call it Community Season 1, but... This is the exact moment where I go, I fucking wish I could search this screen. Semi-Mega Beast Caves. Could turn up the Semi-Mega Beast Caves a little bit. Let's go up to 45. More giants and such. Maybe 50. Number of secret types. Mineral scarcity low equals more minerals. What should I set mineral scarcity to, chat? What do we think? I usually go around 4,000 to 5,000. Minimum minerals. Please make the Titan and Forgotten Beast number like 600. This is like a medium region, so that would be like 60 times the Forgotten Beast. I could increase it, but I don't want to increase it that much. Let's do 4,000. So minerals are going to be pretty rare. We'll up the end year to 275. Oopsies. Out of chat's requests. North and or south. Do we want to do 1 or 2 polls? Because if we just do a north pole, that'll give us more hot stuff south. Let's just do 1 poll. Okay. Complete edge oceans, mineral scarcity, mega beast caves. So people keep shouting 600 for mega beast caves. This is literally set to 18 by default. Let's bump that up to 30, but I'm not going to go too much higher than that. Titans, we can go 20, so it's effectively doubling the number of Titans. If you increase that number too much, they just all cluster in one spot. Because the map literally isn't big enough for them. Cavernous openness. Cavern layer openness minimum. I've already got this pretty high. Let's just bump that up to 90. Pretty open caverns. Magma layer, yes. Make caves visible, no. Number of civilizations. I think I've already increased civs, actually. Because that's 40, which is pretty high for a medium region. Let's just save. I don't think I'm actually not the person to ask. I don't think it would affect the total population. I think it's just the more varieties. No lieutenants? I mean, that would, are lieutenants attached to, like, people stealing your stuff? Where are those? Aren't they down by necromancers? Summons, ghouls, lieutenants. Yeah, these guys. Less civs would make trade more important. I think less minerals makes trade more important. That still happens? Okay, well then, I guess my question is, what's your logic behind the no lieutenants call? On RSS? I think I actually have an RSS feed. It's literally just, like, you take the website and then it's just /RSS. That, like, it has a built-in RSS feed. Like, did I not list it on the page? I swear it's listed there. You like more metal as those can be used for funny builds? I mean, you have 1 year, so if you want to import a bunch of metal for the next person, you could do that. And they don't have to purchase it, right? Because you'll, in theory, assuming we're not trading with like 50 civs, you will have 1 trade opportunity per season. So you can import stuff. But then you have to hand the save file to the next person. I mean, true, absolutely. However, all right. Yeah, I haven't seen it. It just makes the world not all necro, but still a presence. I don't know, Chad. How do we feel about necromancers? I don't have issues with necromancers, really. The world's not going to be running that long. I think necromancers are an issue in long-running worlds, like old worlds, but I don't know. We can generate a world, and if it's overrun by necromancers, we just generate another one. Guess the last question is, do we want to custom name this world? I didn't really come into this with an idea for what to name it, though, is the problem. Planet Bob. Well, murder boats. That's... I feel like that might be taken. The Vikings kind of did that one already, man. You have a squad of necromancers in your current fort? Yeah. Like, I'm going to start this, and it's going to be a wholesome little town, and then I'm going to come back in a week, and it's going to be full of, like, dead... Everybody's going to be dead, and there's just going to be zombies and necromancers everywhere. It's like, what the fuck did you do? I mean, that's the name of the fortress. Dusty Tombs. But, something about community? How about... the lands of community. Oh. Commies! Lands of... Lands of land. Lud? What's Lud? Are we Luddites now? Landville. All right. Well, I'm going to save this. And click Create World. Let's see what we get. I'm just going to pause here real quick. Got a little goblin faction up north. We got ourselves a mysterious palace. And I will be posting the save file before I even embark. So you guys are welcome to dive into Legends, Legends viewer it, look at it, adventure in it, do whatever you want with it. Because we'll need a blank copy of this save file. Is our land? Well, it's also everybody else who lives here's land. There is a dwarven faction down here. Trumpet kindled! Which is all pretty far south in the scorching tropical shrubland. Also, of course, got, you know, the volcanoes, as you tend to. Yeah, and iron and stuff is pretty consistent. Some even have multiples. It's pretty fair. Got the Lion Bridge. Ooh, are they lying about something? And Tour ruled. I wonder if they're a tourism-based fortress. Got goblins over here. Got goblins over there. We got another dwarven faction here, which has Boat's Trumpet. I'm detecting a theme here. Boats and trumpets. We've also got Knife Drill. Well, that's a good name. Cutting deeply and greedily. I really like this scorching area down here. Mostly because of these rivers. Like, there's some fun, heavy aquifer shenanigans over here, too. There's also, like, Maligned Scream and, like, this Elven Forest over here. Is Boat's Trumpet that one Pokemon game? That's a Pokemon game? I no idea. All right, well, let's continue generating, shall we? This isn't a knife drill. I was kind of hoping we get some roads. Uh-oh, there's a necromancer tower. Shall we begin? You have a wiki-like space available for this community. It'd be cool to build some lore. I do not have a wiki-like space. How do heavy aquifers work? It's like aquifers, but 10 times thousands, millions, the amount of water that come out of it. So there is a... Oh, man, that's a good name. Holy shit. Ghost Shrine. What a name. A+. I also really like these Joyous Wilds... like mountain range right there. That's pretty good too. The thing is, something else that I really want to do is after season 1, the first fortress ends. Oh, there's a road. We could absolutely, and I plan to want to do it this way, start up another fortress in the same world. So if you see something here that you're like, man, that's really cool, but maybe is like a bit too large scope for a first fortress, we could come back for fort number 2 in this world and build a fortress there. So it's okay to plan ahead. So if you see something like this volcano or something, you're like, Gnomes? I mean, there would be gnomes on this, yeah. There'd be gnomes up there. For sure. Let's watch that road. It's extending. This is kind of the area that I'm thinking, although there are the 2 towers here. There's a third one. Right, year 175. Oh, some of the little evil is getting pushed back here, actually. This is a neat spot right there. What's this got? This is a wilderness with just fluxstone. Well, it's got iron. Tropical conifer forest. There's also a river right here in a moist tropical broadleaf forest. Yes. Of course, there's goblin pits friggin' everywhere. Go figure. Also that haunted zone right there with iron. This area is pretty cool, actually. We're taking the hobbits to Isengard? Oh, really? I missed that memo. Okay, when do we start? That place has nickel. Like, nothing of value! It's also a pretty good spot right there. Although it is kind of close to goblins. Tool Gourd, the tier of houses. Okay. But this is a pretty good spot down here, this little pathway. It is like... It does have sand. That's like the only real allowance there. Then you'd be close to a dime if you had a nickel. Well, let's let this generate. I'm just going to let this world gen finish. I will be back in a moment. Ads are still running. Tin maces? I don't think you can make maces out of tin. Tin isn't a metal that can be used to make weaponry, isn't it? Well, that's a fucking spot right there. It's just a little temperate savanna that's terrifying. What a redundant road. It's just a big road that go in a circle. Although, actually, that spot's pretty cool, too. Like, it being... Like, it's got silver and lead, it's got flux, it's very deep soil, shallow sand, shallow clay. We got clay, sand, soil, silver, lead, and flux. Like, this is a pretty cool spot, actually. I also love this tiny little sinister forest in the middle of this, like, very good taiga. Oh, man. There's been a huge war up here. Like, from what I can tell, most of this entire faction up here is dead. Wow. These dwarves got demolished. Good God. This dwarven faction's having a rough day, but, like, not gone. There was also this one that's still alive. Oh, nope, never mind. Boats, trumpets, goblins. Human kobold. There's a kobold, Hillix?
Crypt beer.
Human Hillix. Basement stoked. They're stoked about these basements. Did they ever get another mountain home up and running? Jay the Eternal, thanks for the 4th month. Dig Duggo as well. Oh, true. Actually, this could be this faction. But these are all non-dwarven Hillixes. I do actually wonder if this, like, what the population of these factions are even going to be. I mean, I guess, like, Trumpet Kindled down here is still alive. Right, because that's still a dwarven fortress. Goblin Hillix, Goblin Hillix, Goblin Hillix. Dwarven. Goblin. Goblin. Wow. I mean, I would be surprised if there isn't a tavern, so I would say that's probably making a bigger tavern. What do we think, chat? Roll with this one or roll a new one? This is version 50 solely that you're looking at. There is a ASCII variant of version 50. It looks and plays like this, and it is updated alongside of the current versions. It's version 51.14 right now, right? Okay, so Twitch chat's saying a new one, generate a new one, and then the YouTube chat is saying this one is good. Make up your minds. Because I don't mind this world. This is fine. These are good parameters. I mean, there's more people saying this new one on the Twitch, so... You vote for this? All right. Well, more people are saying keep this world. So let's just click play now. Well, actually, no, keep this world and return to main menu. And the reason for that is I need to zip it. Clockwork Dragon, thanks for chucking a sub and landing it on Haz Huzzah. Appreciate you. We're just going to stick with this one. I'm just going to stick with this one. Thanks for storming. I appreciate the thank you. Unless you meant to say streaming. It read like storming, but... I'm fuming right now, I'll have you know. My God. Start new game in existing world. So it's region 43 to anybody who wonders how many worlds I have. Let me just go in here and actually close the game real quick. And open up my save file for DF. So this is my Dwarf Fortress install. Save. I just need to find region 43. Should be all the way at the top. There it is. I'm going to rename it and type in Lands of Community V1. Compress to 7-zip. Kerplunk. It doesn't like doing this while the game is running, so. Because then it won't load it if you change the name of it, turns out. And then I'm going to scroll down to here. Lands of Community V1 right there. Start the game back up. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my account for the Dwarf Fortress File Depot, which is right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in this, Lands of Community. V1. Oopsies. Pre-embark save file for the Lands of Community. This is a viewer succession fort game for hosted by I don't know. And then right here, I'm going to go to file version, which come on. Oh, this already isn't saves. Duh. And you just grab the... Okay, well, let's just say date modified. Lands of Community. Open. Upload this file. And it uploads. Yes, you need an account to upload. So if you are taking part, all-around helper, you need an account here to upload the file. It just needs an email. And they have literally never emailed me something. It's the most basic account sign up you can imagine. This is just a really long time running community site for Dwarf Fortress, so I'm sticking with that. And this is a community game. The DF version is, well, they haven't actually updated it to the most recent, so. This is optional. I'll make a playlist for it eventually. And I'll update that listing if need. All right, so if anybody wants to futz around with this world I just generated, there's links. You know, honestly, I know that people like to make fun of websites like this. Evil Dagmar. This is more usable user interface for me than, like, modern websites usually. I know it's no bells or whistles, but, like, it's just clear, clean, the buttons are there, it's everything straightforward, it's not full of cookies that are gonna nuke your web browser with data harvesters. Like, it's kind of lovely, actually. All right. You've been doing websites well before that, but it could use some prettification. No! No. The prettification hurts the usability. You're just like a graphic designer sitting there going, man, this thing is ugly. And I'm a person who goes, this is practical. It's like the person that buys the full IKEA living room versus me who just buys the IKEA Kallax and then buys a bunch of very dusty, used, dented, partially broken milk crates from the thrift store and puts them in the Kallax for drawers. Function over form. Exactly. Like, I love the Star... Exactly! It's like the Star Sector website. It's just like, this is... Like, you may not like this. You may not like this. But this is what peak form over function, or function over form looks like. You know? This is what peak website design looks like. I mean, you may not like it, but like, download game here, download Linux version of game here, download old version of game here, RSS feed, there's blog posts, updates, everything you fucking need. Buy a game on Steam if you want. I don't know. Beyond quality. So far beyond quality, it's like looped several times. All right, let's, enough of that nonsense. Got 10 people on the sign up link. Cool. But this is what peak website performance looks like. Hey, man, it loads really fast. I mean, if you want to go back to 1990, I could take you back to 1990. We could go way back to stuff on the clear web that's still actively running, not even archived. Welcome back to the 90s, motherfuckers. Don't... This is a suicide cult. They're actually dangerous people. Anyways, moving on. Let's play some Door Fort. Why would you show that? You say you want to go to the 90s. We didn't know their website was still up. It's never gone down because 2 people stayed behind and didn't die. Yeah. Every now and again, I go look at that website. Apparently, they respond to emails too, which is scary, actually. You're not wrong. It doesn't have a little under construction GIF. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna open my Onion browser for you, Max Fog. Not gonna do that. All right. I love how we have the land of giraffes right above the land of community. Shall we begin? Good day, Rylais. What's up? I kind of doubt that, because if it was, I feel like it's probably just on AWS. You know, it's probably just on a... Well, browse this onion into these nuts. I don't know. Realize. I just said I'm not going to launch my onion browser. Because in YouTube chat, someone said, just flash a piece of the dark web. I'm like, no. You know what's funny is you could just open your onion browser and just go to Facebook. So do we want to go into Legends? Now, on Discord here, someone was pinging me about my raid music. Why am I losing rooms in my own Discord? Here it is. You guys can see this room, right? I presume you can. Oh yeah, a bunch of you signed up, so. The save file is now linked, which I'm going to edit this post. First edition save file. Season 1. And I'm going to pin that. And probably pin this as well for right now. As far as I know, it does. Like, as far as I know, it's officially updated by Meta. Anyway, I don't want to just sit here and talk about the dark web let's try and keep somewhat on topic. What's the goal here? I'm going to put another marker here in chat. Who just got here who's confused? Basically, if you want me to start the spiel over from the beginning, press 1. Everybody on the same page? Here's the quick version. Every Friday, I'm going to play 1 year of this fort. This is a community succession fort. If you would like to sign up to get the save file at some point, there is a link in the viewer succession room on my Discord server, which can be found by typing an ! Discord here on Twitch, or by clicking on it in the YouTube chat in the description of the stream. The idea is we will play 1 year, chronicle everything that happens within reason during your year, write it down and post it on the Discord alongside of screenshots of the events. And then when you've completed your 1 year of in-game time, save your game, zip it, upload it to the Dwarf Fortress file depot just to avoid file sizes, and then ping the next person on the player list. I will close the sign-up form probably by the end of the week, I don't know. But I will close the sign-up form. You have a 48-hour window to confirm that you can play during that week and complete your 1 hour, or your 1 year of in-game time. But if you complete it within the week, you can ping the next person, and then they have until Friday to play their time. If they don't, that's fine. Like, if you don't have time midweek, you'll just go after me on Friday. But theoretically, if a bunch of people have free time, we could power through 3 or 4 turns in a week. The idea here is to have a community-developed role-playing session of a continual fort from person to person to person. That will evolve. When I do my turn on Friday, I will go through everything that everybody's written and get caught up. There is no real skill check here. This isn't a power-playing event. The idea here is storytelling and playing slowly. So if you're sitting there planning to build a giant, I don't know, minecart shotgun in the middle of the whatever we're building, maybe think twice. Let's try and keep this believable. You're allowed to nickname things, but try and keep it within the realm of there being a reason to give somebody a nickname. We are role-playing. Think about this like joining a Project Zomboid RP server, but for Dwarf Fortress with this community. That is the goal here. If you want to fuck around, that's fine. Download the save file and do whatever you want.
Crypt beer.
But if it's your turn to have the save file, I request that you stay within keeping things reasonable. If the fortress falls, that's fine. Take screenshots, write what happened, tell the story. I will go through it on the Friday, and we'll either reclaim it or start a new fort. And yes, it's okay to just produce 1,000 statues of something and build them all. If you can do that within a year, by all means, have fun. Okay? And I'm going to try and set an example for what we should try and have by the end of the year. There's going to be a lot of tabbing out and pausing. I'm probably going to turn the frame rate down, and this is going to be very slow play. Yeah, I mean, I think what I would more likely do all-around helper is adventure to the fort, versus reclaiming it. I think that could be cool depending on what happened to it. This is going to force me to do something different every Friday. It's going to make things change pretty quickly, and I don't have to worry so much about the problem of running multiple forts, which is, if I'm running multiple forts, people get lost because Like, I get lost too, but I'm like trying to recount the events of multiple forts to people who maybe haven't seen one for 3 weeks, but just saw the other one. In this case, it's just all gonna be on the Discord. And perhaps when a fort story is complete, you could download all the images, take all the text, and we could put it into a Google Doc or something, or put it onto LP Archive or something else, where other people can read it. And if we get a great story, maybe I'll compile it into a video. You know? Yeah, exactly. You've got the idea. But this is a crowdsourced thing. If you're taking part, you are more than welcome to stream your footage. You're allowed to record it and post it on YouTube. You're allowed to make TikToks out of it. I don't care. As long as you write down what happened, take screenshots, and pass the save file along. That's the only limitation there. For DF hack, please do not alter the save file in any way. So try and refrain from things like, you know, using reveal all, but it's okay to have DF hack running. You can use your auto butcher. You can use your, what's it called? Safety modes. What? Civilian alert is the word I'm thinking of. You can use like your stone sense to take screenshots. You can do whatever you want within reason, but please do not permanently alter the save file in any way, or we may have to revert back and skip what you've changed. In theory, I mean, you'll get a big recap once a week, but you could watch it in real time, right, Zachris? So it could be more hands-off, it could be more hands-on, depending on what you want. The one guy making blood fountains. I mean... Dwarf TikTok dances for the win? I mean, Dwarves dance, film it, put it on TikTok. You could do that. Okay, so now the question is, do we start with Legends, or do we just dive in? Are we going to do a pre-embark with a reveal? No. This isn't a me playthrough. This is a community roleplay playthrough. You could go download the save file and do that yourself on your own computer. But no. No, I'm not going to do that. When I hit embark, we are embarking. I'm not going to do my normal shenanigans. All right, civilizations and other entities. Sidus! Constructed Krodthrok... Sidus of Letidus. That sounds like a kobold variant of litigious. Constructed Crodo Trucker in Heaven's Merc. The Hydra Unlow Sucker Champion, the Spit of Drums, became an enemy of Sidus, and a dragon attacked them and destroyed them 8 years later. Gets rickrolled by a rock. I mean, better to get rickrolled by a rock than rocked by a rickroll. The Festive Fords is an elven civilization. The emaciated creature Unu's Skull's Night, the Funeral of Fate, is their enemy. What is that? It was an emaciated creature. It was one of the first of her kind. A large, hairy humanoid with a short trunk, and it moves with an uneven, jerking motions. Its midnight blue hair is long and shaggy. You will know why you fear the night. Got into a fight with a lot of elves. Was later struck down by an elf who I think probably became a forlorn stalker. Was it after or before? Okay, so actually struck it down before becoming an undead, and then got married and then divorced the next year, and then got married and then was confronted by a giant named Lek the Strong, and then was struck down by the giant named Lek the Strong. Lek the Strong must have been pretty strong. Lek the Strong settled in Plain Hollow the Abyss of Authors. That's from Alan Wake, obviously. Is it alive still? Oh, no, it's still alive. This giant also has a daughter named Nemen the Esteemed and has 42 kills. Dang. Festive Fords and the Happy Hondas. That's kind of what I was thinking. You've now submitted your response. Yeah, sorry for using Google, by the way, but that's just like the easiest push one button solution to make stuff like this function. I don't think you need a Google account to fill out a Google form, though. You just need an email, right? The salty Subaru. Subaru owners are pretty salty. This is fair. Let's see if I can find a dwarven faction. The Squashed Group. Well, they were doomed. Please tell me the Squash Group are all dead. Giant Dingo appears to be devouring a lot of their stuff, so... Also, Hero Crew? What? Hero Crew was a hamlet founded by a bunch of humans of the Squash Group. And the first thing that happened after founding the hamlet was a one-humped camel's intestines were stolen by a rock. Do you think they'd butchered it? Or... are you salty about it? I don't know. I'm just playing off of what chat's saying, mate. The jumping jeeps, damn right. The rock got him. Like, what? Also, the fact that it's called fucking Hero Crew. A rainbow trout was stolen as well by the rock. The same year. Probably the same day, even. Seems like they got into a fight with this rock. And then it stole a bracelet on the 11th, because it came back several years later. On the 16th, they got attacked by an Etten. And the Etten-Deller Willful Braves was struck down by a human named Ared, who was then later... oh, wait, sorry. Never mind. I read that backwards. Hold on. I thought that it struck it down. No, it struck down the human. And then it stole blueberry wine. Damn right. That Etten has good taste. What else did this Etten get up to? And then the Etten left in the year 16. A Grackle Man? Ooh. Settled there and became a poet. They constructed the full tick. Ooh. Gosh. That's a dog whistle that I'm a vampire if I ever saw one. The human Tulsar Ghost Joked ruled from the Squash Group in Hero Crew. And then a dragon arrived. And seems to have fucked a lot of people up. Devoured an alpaca, an eagle. And then later that year, they started making figurines, which were... earlier, they'd started making figurines, which were then stolen by the dragon. Abba decided to corrupt a human, the person running this place, to act on plots and schemes, and become the dancing queen. But Ghost Jokes refused, which is wise. We've got a dingo that devoured a cat. And probably somebody's baby. No, mostly just a rooster. And a duck. Harmony and Nothing More was authored by the Grackle Man. More poets are moving here, so it's becoming like a center of culture. They did get attacked by a Hydra as well, which is terrifying. They've got prophets and dancers arriving as well. The Wicked Horror Wife! Oh no. Did that dragon... where'd that dragon end up going? It mostly recently devoured a drake in Cradled Blotted. And has 72 notable kills and 102 others. Whew. Yeah, they rarely catch a break. A rock is a giant bird of prey, for anybody who's confused. Turns out. Does that giant dingo have a name? It does because it's in Legends. The dingo's name is Staslot Growl Tunnel, the female dingo. Actually, is that even a giant dingo? No, it's literally just a dingo. It's not even a giant dingo. It's just a dingo. Died of old age in the year 32. Lived a long, happy life after devouring a bunch of stuff in Sculpted Plot, getting into fights with humans, and devouring a bunch of other stuff. Has 14 kills, none of them notable. Mostly in Base Clash, Hero Crew, and Sculpted Plot. Hated by everyone, perfectly normal dingo. See, honestly, seems like a very normal dingo to me. Well, that is the squished group of Hero Crew. I love that name, though. Hero Crew? Oh my god. That is amazing. Like, actually, that is phenomenal. We're in an ad break, so I'm just going to let this play out before I move to the next screen. Let's go find some dwarves, though. No, the ducks definitely didn't stand a chance. They didn't listen when someone told them to duck. I'm scared. The fondled seducer was a goblin civilization of the lands of community. Well, I found the Tumblr posters. The fondled seducer. And the first thing they settle is glorious ticks, because the copper demon Ilu Cleandawn, the persuasive whole, rules the fondled seducer. Okay. Cleandawn the persuasive whole was a copper demon, the only one of his kind. A towering hedgehog, of course. All right, a towering hedgehog composed. A towering Where was I? A towering hedgehog twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed. I'm just making shit up now. Twisted into humanoid form with external ribs. It belches and croaks, and its copper hair is long and shaggy. Beware, its poison vapors. It was associated with youth and treachery. It's still alive, though. Actually, like, kind of an unremarkable history. I mean, it's the master of the fondled seducer, rules from glorious ticks. It created Ilu. Or, sorry, Ilu created roasted shark, which is a hematite slab, which it became part of the living world with. It's, stored in Bastion Castle. The Untamed aided. So the Untamed was a deity in the myth that occurs in the myths of the Beige Realms. It was most often depicted as a female human and associated with valor, war, and chaos. So the human god of valor, war, and chaos created this god, or this demon. Created a bunch of positions, as they do. Was offered a legendary iron battle axe. And accepted it. Named Moistness, the Phrase of Towers. We've also got the Silent Quickness, which was a legendary silver axe. I mean, he's got a thing for axes. He's a member of the Doctrine of Dominion, which is a human religion of the lands of community, centered around the worship of Atta the Royal, the human goddess of rulership. Huh. Interesting. Most recently, he just murdered a dwarf and a human. That is one hell of a series of names. Of course, it's a fucking hedgehog, though. The buff vegetation, the Kingdom of Craft. That's a human civilization. The Fiend of Kissing. What's happening? The Master of the Fiend of Kissing is a hyena demon? The Twilight of Vaults was a hyena demon, and the only one of his kind. An enormous one-eyed hyena twisted into humanoid form. It is slavering. Its moss green hair was short and even. Beware its webs. Of course. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. Also got the Jade Dungeons, which is a goblin location. The Keys of Carnage. Ooh. Okay, so Boat's Trumpet is run by the Keys of Carnage. That's a pretty good name. Councils of Iron is a human group. The Entrancing Urn is a goblin group. The Most Mother is an elven group, of course. The Boats of Rushing. It's a dwarven group that focuses on Zerg rushing with boats. Very ineffective because they don't exist. Have I, what, like in real life Bismuth or in Dorfort? I've had giant hyenas, normal hyenas. I really like the Keys of Carnage. That's such a good name. But in the year 43, the Keys of Carnage of the Entrancing Urn breached the underworld in Boat's Trumpet, and Taut Flies attacked the Keys of Carnage at Boat's Trumpet. The pale brown demon Oraxa Sung Dungeons led the attack, and the defenders were led by the dwarf Erdim. And they were defeated. The Keys of Carnage were defeated in the Entrancing Urn, and the new government was called the Respectful Nightmares, which is a goblin group. Lots of forgotten beasts live there. Dwarves were impaled on spikes. New fort, what happened? Chat, you guys give Enter Bunny the TLDR, please. Nothing happened. The other fort's still alive and well. This is a Friday thing. The Entrancing Urn. It seems that the Entrancing Urn kind of fell on hard times in the 80s. And, but they are allied with the Kingdoms of Straw, which is a human civilization. And they are supporting the Kingdoms of Straw in war. If the latter did likewise. So they are allied as a matter of course to continue existing. I wonder how dead this faction is. Their first thing they founded was called the bust tightness. Yeah, bust tightness. But bust tightness. Let's see, what else do we have? We've also got the Armory of Fingers, which is very dense and still alive and functioning. Lots of barons, lots of processions. What age are we in? We're in the Age of Legends, okay. Which started in 165. During the construction of Web Lovely and the Cult of Tresses, which was a monastery. It's a human civilization. I checked. Usually kingdom implies human. Only if it makes them feel good. Trell. Also, Elfie, I found your drink here. New everything was created in Drink Bean. Elfie's Drink Bean. Gotta sip your bean drink. So does that imply that they drink beans, or are they drinking out of beans? Or is it a drink made of beans? Okay, what's going on in Spry Tower? Because the 133rd conquest of Spry Tower? The new Torments defeated the Oblivion of Pocketing in Sprite Tower. The new government was called the Skinny Lie. Okay. Sprite Tower is a town. Okay, so a bunch of things. 133rd Conquest, eh? So it seems like they are just constantly at war. Like every time, I'm just scrolling to random place and it's like humans attacking humans. I mean, this is all just goblins getting killed by humans. People settling. People settling. Lots of corruption and people settling. People ruling, people settling. Lots of corruption. People dying. Although I will say that the human Nithu Inch Dweller broke even trading. Childhood friends. Broke even trading for Garden Crest from Sprite Tower and Clean Rubbed. Uh-huh. And is a... last thing they did was the Clear Company broke even trading iron weapons from Sprite Tower to Clean Rubbed. There's definitely something going on here in this place. Sprite Tower is a notable location, if anybody wants to look that up in Legends. I really like the Armory of Fingers. The Tired Blockade's also a good dwarven group. Chat, which one... when did they die? Okay, no, they're still running. So the two kind of living factions that I've seen so far are the Tired Blockade and the Armory of Fingers. Who would you prefer I look into a little bit further? Because I think those are the two playable ones. The other one seems to have just died really, really, really easily and really quickly. The Armory of Fingers is definitely the bigger one. Let's see who their last noble was. Okay, so they got a new queen in 248 because this location over here, the Helmed Alliances. Oh. Remember, it was a dwarven group in the lands of... Wait, hold on. Are they... Hold on. Armory of Fingers. Helmed Alliances defeated them and took over the government. I'm confused. Okay, so there's a dwarven group that's constructed a bunch of towers called the Helmed Alliances, which appears to be at war with the Armory of Fingers. But anyway, the queen... currently is a dwarf born in 217, became childhood friends with a goblin and a human and another human, and then became a dancer and body clashed. Damn right you did. Began apprenticeship under a human and then became a member of the Crazy Trust. Okay. Which is what exactly? A performance troupe. Got it. Became a member of the Crazy Trust and then became lovers. And is somehow the queen? As of 248? Well, okay. Here I was kind of hoping for something a little bit more deep there, but... Queen Heaven Shoot. Yeah, shot to the heavens and struck gold, I suppose. Lots of ceremonies in the celebration of treasuries. The event featured storytelling, a performance of musical wisps, and a recital of the Letter of Cherishing. The performance of the style of Sheens and performance of style of Sheens acrobats, and candles. Lance Clench's Folly is an enemy of them. We've got an elf who's a baron, a giant cougar who's their enemy, who ambushed an elf, or was ambushed by an elf, fought with the elf, and got away, and then died. Okay. They were enemies with a giant leopard, a dwarf bleak corpse. So this was their previous queen. That's what I was looking for. Udib. Had lovers, got married, got divorced like 20 years later. Got married again in 85. Settled in Body Clashed. Became a lie maker in Body Clashed. Oh wait, did your daughter become the current queen? Oh wow, their spouse became a weird corpse. Youngest daughter, Ezem. So yeah, no, this actually was the parent of Heavenshoot. So Heavenshoot actually is the direct descendant of a previous queen. Oh, that's kind of cool. Became, where was it? Became a member of the House of Ringing, probably a dance group. Became Dean of the House of Ringing. What is this? It was a Clothers Guild, never mind. So they were the Dean of the Clothers Guild. And ruled from the Dabbler of Craft in the House of Ringing. Became a member of the Grizzly Fellowship. So basically this was like a union head person. Member of the Grizzly Fellowship, worshipping the Goddess of Chaos. Nice. I have to kill Chaos! And settled in Channel Climate and became the queen. Got divorced, and their husband later became a bleak corpse. Became lovers with Ezum what's your last name? Pointy Shot? Definitely a Marksdwarf. And fought in the Strifeful Sieges in defense of Channel Climate. And a dwarf bleak corpse, Dodok, attacked Unib, and Unib was struck down by the bleak corpse. Was this place taken over? Persecuted the Fellowship of Diamonds, and some of the things were desecrated. The Hand of Sakurad Errol preached to the creed of parching in the Fellowship of Diamonds. Yeah, it does kind of look like things went bad here. Horrible experiments are being completed here. Yeah, no, so this place was taken over by basically zombies and necromancers. I haven't looked too much at Titans. I mean, there's tons of them, but I like the Armory of Fingers. That's a cool location. Like, things are pretty tough, but I think we can do quite a bit there. They're also allied with the Playful Confederacy, which is a human civilization, who actually founded Hero Crew, which was the first thing we read about. If we go to historical figures, got a dragon who's dead. We got 1, 2 rocks, a living female dragon, a bronze colossus. This dragon has 72 kills and 102 others. I think I clicked on this one earlier for something else. The bronze colossus has been busy. It has 107 notable kills and 51 other kills. Heart Ghoul is a good name. Ah, dang it, that dragon's dead. Got lots of rocks. This dragon's alive, though. Stole a ring, most recently from Drill Blunts. Love to smoke those Drill Blunts. We've got 188 kills, 98 others. Rab. It's been devouring a lot of humans and goblins, mostly. We've got another male dragon. Bronze Colossus. Chat, it's up to you guys to explain what's happening if people are confused. Long story short, this is not a new fort for just me. It's a new fort for the community. Guess Ancient of the Mountains are, yeah, there's a lot of dragons and a lot of other things in this world. Scroll down until I hit Colossuses. Or beasts, rather. Lots of shamans. Fuck tons of shamans. Alright. No. The Godforsaken Seas was a forgotten beast, the only one of its kind, a quadruped composed of mud. I've also got Leto, the Cavernous Nightmares. The only one of its kind, quadruped composed of steam. Ohid was the only one of its kind, a quadruped composed of tiger eye, curling trunk, squirms and fidgets, beware its webs. The Cave of Spray, feathered stegosaurid, spiral horns, it belches and croaks, beware its fire. Sounds fun. I mean, we are, but like we're getting started still, you know? We're in Legends currently. I mean, you can look at the title and look at the screen and figure out that we're, you know, in Legends currently for a new world that we've generated. Squid ink. It's the only one of its kind. A three-eyed hornet. That's not a squid. It has a sting though. That checks out. Well, this one's dead. Dak the Cavernous was a forgotten beast, the only one of its kind, an enormous hairy toad, twisted into humanoid form. It had a bloated body, and its eyes glowed orange. Its slate gray hair was short and even. Beware its webs. Dak was associated with water, misery, and caverns. Killed a bunch of fought with and killed a couple goblins, and then was struck down by a blind cave ogre. Huh. Well then. All right. Fine. Yeah, I think it's time to dive in. Let's go find a place to embark. Holy fast load times. I've been playing in a 1,000-year-old world for so long. All right. So, let's see what our options are. We've got these skinny portals, which has 7 sites and 6,900 locations. And Suckzul Shock Bolts is the king. And then up here we've got the Armory of Fingers, which has 660 population and only a small handful of sites. We've got Lion Bridge, and then some helixes. So it does seem like the skinny portals is the more functional one, but I like this faction, and that's plenty of population. The question is, where do we settle? Kind of figured these would be, Like, this was one area that I was looking at earlier on, which has silver lead. This area? Ooh, that's quite the road. What's the elevation here? It's very flat. That area is kind of neat. If we go further south down here, then we'd want to play as this faction probably, but there's, like, interesting rivers over here. Lots of fun cliffs. This is a neat spot. Right there. But this doesn't have any metals, so this would be like just flux, basically. So we'd be metal free. For future references, that's a pretty dope spot, actually. But no metal on that. How about you? Gold, silver, lead on that mountain. Gold, silver, lead on that mountain. Future fort, I think. What's up here? Oh, that's kind of cool. No, it just means that the only populace living there is kobolds. It's not an actual kobold faction. I mean, kobolds have factions, but they don't operate like other factions. It just means there's just the only thing there are kobolds. That's all that really means. There's also this road here, which has like iron, silver, zinc along it. And it's also got clay and sand, which could be fun. Lots of variety there. There are hostile goblins, which are near-ish to here. Was that Crowd Blunt? Tug Chucks! I like that name. It's a good one. Girlish Showered is a goblin monastery. Okay. Worked slosh brushed pool. Muted wandered. There's Spider Crow. Is that like a spider pig? This could be a fun spot right here. So multiple constructions can mean road and bridge, right? Because this says multiple constructions. It's the festive roads. If we wanted to commit to the build a tavern, we could settle there. Play as the Armory of Fingers up there. And then build right there. It's got a creek. I mean, it's on temperate savanna. We might... It is calm, though. I guess that's maybe one of the few detractors, which means we won't really get super interesting animals, but as, like, you know, a first foray into exploring this world, that might not be bad. Let's see what else we have, though. There's this one here with zinc, which doesn't have clay. I'm looking for roads and river crossings, because I think those are fun. This down here has iron. Doesn't have sand, though. Well, you could settle on both of them, actually. That's kind of awesome. So that would have steel, theoretically. A little further south, this one has silver and lead. This one would look... This would be a bizarre Embark spot. This one is also wilderness. And it's still temperate savanna. I guess the question is, do we want wilderness? Or do we want to be a bit more, like, isolated? Or do we want to be in the middle of everything and be calm? I like the wilderness spot. I don't know what you guys chat down here. What else do we have? Over here, silver lead, also wilderness. Not seeing any elevation. Well, there's a little bit of elevation change there. These are all going to be very flat. Yeah, I think that it's either like the spot on the left or the spot on the right. Or like, could also do something a little bit up here, but then there's no metal whatsoever. I think having like some metal would be wise. So like this side of the river has flux, whereas this one doesn't. So we could do like there, basically. I also don't want to make it super big so that it'll run on most people's setups. Could I find a waterfall and make a tavern around it? I mean, I'm focusing on roads right now. So if I start looking for waterfalls, then that like completely changes kind of the location. So I think I'm just gonna stick with it because like our actual road options are pretty limited. I mean, like there's one down here, and it's all pretty flat. Roads are only ever really built in flatter areas. This area just has no metal if I'm... Oh, okay, no, never mind. This area does have metal. There's a lot more threats around here. Yeah, I'm not gonna focus on waterfall right now. I'm focusing on roads. Although this is a nicer road, which is also in wilderness. This has humans and goblins a day and a half's trip. This is also a possible spot. It's a cold temperate savanna. It's also got iron up here. I don't know, it depends. Do we want a brick road or do we want a dirt road? I'm not doing a volcano. They're all in Untamed Wilds. And I don't want to do an Untamed Wilds for the first fort in this world. What's up, Net Fraser? The iron is calm? Is it, though? Oh, no, you're right. It is. You are correct. Where north does this road go? And then it just kind of goes all the way down to here. Yeah, I think this whole section of road up here is... Oh, well, there's a little bit of wilderness in the middle here. But that's not on a river then. I kind of don't like being at the start of rivers because they tend to look really ugly. This might have something interesting in it. So like this up here is calm, it's cold, the road of deifying. Although if it's cold, then the water will freeze. Because this has iron, it doesn't have the sand. That's I think the advantage of down here. Down here is this area has clay, sand, silver, and lead. And it's warm. So nothing's gonna freeze down here. In your playthrough, you just select whatever sand has sand, clay, soil, and the necessary minerals amount. I mean, this is character creation, right? So, like, I'm the guy who's going to spend 4 hours in character creation. You probably just click next, start. Sand is more fun than clay. Well, this comes with both, right? So I guess it depends on whether or not... Also, this puts us closer to goblins and gives us wilderness. I guess it depends on whether or not we want iron and less exciting... Well, not less exciting. Closer neighbors or higher access to sand and clay, basically. Whereas, like, all the way up here, this road has shallow clay, deep soil, light aquifer, iron, flux-stone layer, with humans a short trip northwest, and goblins hostile, day and a half travel to the south. If we head basically a day and a half travel to the south, I lost it. There it is. Over here, we have elves, which are 3 days travel to the south, goblins, which are a day's travel to the northeast, and whatever this is, that's a human hamlet. And then silver, lead, sand, clay, very deep soil, aquifer, silver, lead, flux. Yes. Golem. I'm gonna let you guys discuss. I'm gonna go use the toilet because I gotta take this. right. I have returned. You liked the looped road? Like this one? I always try to find a site without an aquifer. I specifically want sites with an aquifer. You can disable aquifers, but aquifers are so useful. In my current fort, I don't have an aquifer, and it sucks because there's so many situations where I could use an aquifer. Well, I mean, the benefit of settling like right here is it's just going to look like a crossroads. Like, that's all it's going to look like from our perspective, so, like, that's going to look pretty cool. I think the initial dig-through process of an aquifer can be annoying, but aquifers are a net benefit. Are goblins always hostile? Yes. Although goblins can join factions that are not always hostile. Will I make any Marks Dwarves? I always make some. I've been making Marks Dwarves and running Marks Dwarves for, like, the last year and a half. So I will... I mean, in this fort today, we're only going to play 1 year. So I don't know how much time I'll actually be able to put into this particular save. My current fort is almost entirely defended by Marks Dwarves. We got 5 Marks Dwarf squads, which I played yesterday, and we'll play on Tuesday. All right, people seem to like this spot. So let me just make sure that we've got the... So we are going to be playing as the Armory of Fingers. There is also the skinny portals down here, but the Armory of Fingers are honestly fine. Even though their population's 660, that's not dead by any stretch. Although they've had rough times. I mean, they are literally completely surrounded by sinister areas and like evil zones. Like it's pretty tough times over there in the land of the Armory of Fingers. So let's build on here. I'm going to start building a tavern. And as a reminder, this is a community succession fort. What that means is if you would like to take part in playing this save file, there's a sign-up sheet on my Discord, and it's going to be a very long list. I think there was like 25 people in there when I tabbed over last. We're going to work in order through the list. I will randomize it, though. And when I am finished my 1 year of gameplay, I'm going to do my best to catalog all of the happenings and events from the first year of gameplay as I play. The idea here is to create a community role-playing session, primarily over power gaming. If you'd like to take part, join the Discord, jump to the viewer succession fort room. You'll also find the base level of this save. So if you just want to download the save and fuck with it and settle in the same spot or just adventure around or read Legends or look at Legends Viewer or do whatever your heart desires, you're also allowed to do that. That's totally fine. The big question is, Morty, Lancastrian, do they have pockets? So let's prepare carefully, shall we? So I'm going to build a tavern. This is not intended to be the only fort in this world. If this fort dies, on the Friday when I take the save file next, or after it dies, I will read through all of the happenings and events, and then start a new fortress in this world. So death is not the end of the fort. I'm not sure if seasons will be world-based or fort-based. We'll figure that out as we get there, and depending on how long they take. My contact website link goes to a 404. No, it doesn't. What? Or it shouldn't. If you go to blindirl.com/contact, it doesn't 404 for me, so I don't know what you're talking about. All right. The fuck do we name this thing? Can confirm 404. Works on mine, so I don't know. Oh, actually, I think I know why that might be happening. There's a possibility I think I know why that might be happening. Let me check. Does the link that I put in chat work? That's the important question here. It's not that screen. Gotta love technical difficulties. Ah, I see why. Will work now. Double check. Now it works. Would Twitch be Twitch without tech diffs? I mean, this isn't a Twitch technical difficulty. But doing things live, would you be doing things live without technical difficulties? No. It's the point of doing things live. It's the whole interesting portion of doing things live, really. Probably after I clicked the save button, Ice Blue, was when you clicked it. All right. Canyon King Kindle. Road Kindle. That's just asking for a dragon, right? I don't know. Dig Dugo. I don't really have a plan here. Like you're asking me this like I'd thought about it. I don't know. Crossroad? Sure. I'm mostly just trying to think about what the name is, and you're like, what kind of dwarves are you gonna start with? Exactly the dwarves that we end up with. Clearly. Probably pretty standard things. I don't know, a miner, a woodcutter. Pretty basic stuff. Nothing too gimmicky. Maybe a poet, you know? Fire kindling. I mean, we... Tree kindle. No. Kindle. Now to be sued by Amazon. Oh man, Amazon isn't a word. Damn it. Beer kindle. I was thinking if street was a word, I could call it Beer Street. Like, me trying to name things is like somewhere between like me trying to figure out if I can make funny names and me trying to like actually come up with something serious. Like, we could call it Friend House. Is that like Full House? Actually, hold on a second. Motherfuckers, I could name it Full House. See, this is what I mean, but like, I'm half just trolling, but at the same time, it's like, well, that's funny. I could also name it Breakfast House. Man, I could use some pancakes. Is alley a word? Alley's a word. Ale Haven and Ale Heaven aren't a word. I mean, Ale House works. I mean, Full House, those who know. I never watched the Netflix reboot, so I pure got canceled and it wasn't good. An original name could be Boat Murdered. How about, Murder She Float? The Applebee's. You know, true story, I named a fortress Applebottom, and we built like a population 300 thing in a cavern, and it was a good time. Could I name it Roadhouse? Motherfucker, could I name it? Yeah, road is a word. You can absolutely do that. I mean, okay, so is this a wholesome little adventurer's tavern? Or is this like a wretched hive of scum and villainy that's, you know, kind of given up trying to operate as a proper dwarven fortress for now and is moving away. Like, what kind of tavern is this? Oh, the dwarf experts at kick? What, so everybody just has to train, like, wrestling and just start kicking faces? Isn't there a remake of Roadhouse that's coming out soon? I kind of don't mind naming it Roadhouse, but maybe Road Home. It's like a bit foot on the nose. So Brew Hall is a chain of really crappy, like, craft beer places, but in reality is more like a, how do I describe Brew Hall? Like the kind of places all the frat boys hang out is what Brew Hall is here, Aguamoose. So you saying Hall Brew just like makes me think about a craft beer place that has 3 beers on tap and all of them are terrible, and then a billion like pre-mixed cocktails on tap, with like a really not good house lager. Yeah, street isn't a word, yeah. Middle of the street. Well, let's go with Road Home initially. And we could go with the group name, which could be the Humid. The Humid Midnight. The Humid Midnight Road. You know, I kind of like the Midnight Road. Just the knock out the humid. Just the Midnight Road. Ask us anything about the arena. Yes. Forgot to pay your tab? Ask us how you can get out without paying the bill. Just stand on this trapdoor. Thonk. Kitty Twister ended up being full of vampires by the end of the year. Wait, what? Oh, wait. What? Titty Twister? Titty Twister. Excuse me? So the name of the group would be the Midnight Road then, because I really like that. Unless there's like a issue with this. Oh, okay. I'm not sure what movie then. I kind of like this name a lot for a group name. It's just evocative in a fun way. But for Road Home, I don't know. This one I'm not sold about. Could call it Abbey Road. I don't think that was taken. I'm pretty sure that's unique, right? Unique original name, do not steal. We must have a brewer? We must be like 2/3 brewers. Is inlet even a word? Goo cup. Umbral? Umbral does meet Midnight Road. Crumble. Ooh, delicious. Ooh, actually. Oh, I was thinking like Underhouse. That gives you like a design idea, like right there. It's like something underneath. Because I'm still trying to stick to this tavern idea, right? Like this public tavern idea. If there's 2 to 3 brewers. I think actually planters are more important than brewers. Underhouse is fun of the Midnight Road. Okay, so I'm going to open up a document here, actually, and start taking down notes. I'm using like Office Writer, but I mean, you can use your word processor of choice. Just check this in documents, doesn't matter where. Okay. So I've got this. Question is like Underhouse or Underhome? I mean, because like other people are going to have the opportunity to do more with this. I'm going to try and make this place seem kind of hillocksy. House, I think, sounds more taverny. Home sounds more homely. So I think I'm leaning house, but chats, which one do you prefer? Underhouse or Underhome? Badger's Nest? We can make our symbol a bunch of badgers with cups of ale raising it. Under Goose? Honk! Arl's Den actually does sound neat. I'm kind of with you on that. Seems like everybody's leaning house. Okay, let's roll with that. And then I don't have the correct characters for the dwarven writing of this. So if somebody can get a O with a doohickey above it, for me, that'd be nifty. And then EDDAZTULON. Should we open it? The little arrow pointing up thingy. Doohickey. Get some elephants. They might arrive. It is wilderness. I mean, we don't need it for the O. Yeah, that one. Can we get it? Is it possible to get that lowercase? I just need to copy it, is the problem. Janto got it, or found it. There you go. Boom Boom's got it. That one. So here's what we've got for my notes so far. I've just got the names, location, and I guess the year. Which is the year 275. Okay, so we've got starting 7 dwarves. We need a brewer. I'm thinking 2 miners, competent miners. 1 part-time mason. 1 part-time blacksmith? Blacksmith. Let's go with blacksmith. For general labor stuff, I think I'm just going to give everybody, like, plant picking. Like maybe soap making? Herbalist. Where's planter? Planter, you get big bonuses when they harvest stuff. Unless we want to... Ooh, engraving and true, actually. Although, do I want them to stop farming to engrave? How about I just go with... Under other? No, it's not. Kind of want to give them all some swimming skill. There's planter. Planter. And we'll maybe give you, I don't know, some points in swimming and some points in swimming. You know, I'm just hedging my bets here. We'll go with a woodcutter, carpenter, and bowyer, because that's actually a useful skill in the current year of Dwarf Fortress. And 2 points in swimming and maybe wound dressing. Thinking a blacksmith brewer. Blacksmith brewer. Maybe 1 less of these, and then swimming. Logum here. Maybe we'll give you engraving, 2 planting, and brewing, and swimming. Sodal, we're going to give you as much brewing as I can click. And butchery, planting. And, ooh, comedian. We need somebody who's funny. And another brewer. And let's say record keeper, organizer, appraiser. How's that, chat? Very important, Boom Boom. Thank you for assisting. I think it's important to look at what animals are available. Has anybody downloaded the base save yet, out of curiosity? Curious if anybody's got the legends open. Musician as in like... Oh, 4 people have. Cool. It's got 5 stars. I don't even know why they have that rating system. I guess it's more for mods than anything, but... Trust me, there will be... I guarantee you there will be dwarves fishing. I'm just gonna work on the symbol right now, currently. Oopsies. a badger, whoopsies, a goblet, raising, the badger's raising the goblet, bloodthorn trees, because I like bloodthorn trees. The badger is admiring the bloodthorn. A goose. Whoops. A goose. Screaming because it's a goose. And, 7 dwarves laboring, maybe? Like off in the backdrop? Or maybe just dwarves laboring? Symbol.cc is your go-to for looking up Unicorn and international characters. Oh, neat! I didn't know that was a thing. I'm sure that those exist. So we've got, it is an image of a badger, a goblet, and a bloodthorn, and a goose and dwarves. The badger is raising the goblet, the badger is admiring the bloodthorn, the goose is screaming, and the dwarves are laboring. What's the fort's name again? The fort's name is... hold on. Keep working. Done. The fort's name is Underhouse, and the group name is the Midnight Road. And it is a pretty rough and situation for the faction. They are settling here to try and get away from the violence and just simply start a tavern to serve guests. That is where we are starting. Are you bringing geese? Well, I mean, I have to bring a goose now that I've done a thing with a goose, which is screaming. So why don't we bring a gander, 2 male goslings, maybe gander. Well, okay, actually, let's just bring 2 adult female gooses, 3 baby geese, and 2 male goslings. So it's going to take a little while for them to get going, but we have them. What livestock should we bring, chat? Cavies? Do I have to? They literally provide no material benefit whatsoever, aside from being something to manage. But do I have to? I could take pigs. They have benefit. What's up, Joey No Cap? Only if I see them solely, and you'll get faster responses in Twitch chat generally, but... I mean, turkeys are the most, OP turkeys. Cows and yaks are so useful? They're not unuseful. I guess it kind of depends on what you're trying to do. I don't like yaks so much because then you end up with a lot of yak hair. Llamas and alpacas. Could also do sheep. Why don't we do 2 llamas? Oops, no, not a baby. And a llama. 3 llamas. Can't you get milk from llamas? Llama cheese? Llama cheese is a thing, right? You didn't dig deep enough, Soli. You have to dig completely you have to be 1 full layer beneath the water. If water is coming from the ceiling, you didn't go deep enough. Aquifers leak from the ceiling, so if the walls are leaking, the ceiling will leak as well. Unless you completely remove the ceiling and all the layers above it with the aquifer in it. Llamas are milkable too? That's what I thought. So same as sheep, basically. Let's bring... Oops, no, not a puppy. 2 dogs. I'm taking llamas, so I'm not going to take donkeys. Is a light aquifer good for a well? Of course. It's one of the biggest uses for aquifers. Somebody has to pay me money to make me take cats. They will bring cats on their own some. So I'm going to politely resist taking cats because I am $120 away from my daily minimum on the day. So I ain't getting paid well enough to deal with cats right now. They cannot be milked, no. I mean, because I don't care. Wait, can horses get milked? I didn't think that you could milk horses in Dwarfort. The question is, why the hell do I bring now? We do have 3 water buffalo quivers, which is kind of a waste because there's no bolts that they bring. I don't do a lot of animal milking in Dwarfort, so I usually just immediately eat any horses that arrive, so. Armor for 1 dwarf. Do we bring armor for 1 dwarf, or do I bring gear or, like, bars? Because, like, you know, we're going to have iron, but, like, I could bring some copper. Armor is expensive, and so is iron. I only have 197 points. I don't need most of these seeds, though. Just get rid of everything but the plump helmet spawn, basically. Maybe the dimple cups as well. Can get rid of everything but the, like, the pigtail and the plump helmet. Like making cheese because it doesn't spoil? Nothing spoils in a stockpile, though. Yeah, we could also bring ore. I mean, like, that's of course also a store. Why am I incapable of finding that menu? There's clay. Where is stone? I'm so used to searching the other screen and then filtering it that way, but this menu doesn't work that way for some reason. There it is. I mean, we could bring hematite. And also, cheese spoils if it's left in a shop. Man, malachite's so cheap. I guess it kind of makes sense, but... Yeah, it's a lot cheaper than bars. It's just, I'm kind of just debating as to whether or not it's worth it. Because I don't know if I'm necessarily going to get to that today. Let's just bring 5 hematite. Let's bring 5. I'm gonna get rid of the rock nuts. We'll keep the sweet pods, the cave wheat, the pigtail, and the dimple cups. Keep the anvil, obviously. What are you doing, step ladder? We don't need that. I think I'm gonna bring a bunch of bloodthorn logs instead of all this wood stuff, and I'll just make the stuff. Mostly because I really like the color of bloodthorn logs. gives me more that I can do. The last fort is still going. This is only going to be a Friday thing. This is a community succession game. If you'd like to take part, there's information in the community succession fort room on the Discord. This is a community participation event thing, which also allows me to take another hematite. So the instrument for the tavern? I mean, that could be like a goal here, actually, as instruments. I don't know what the popular songs are, though, which actually makes that kind of difficult. Also, everything's 50. So I'd have to, lose some things. How about a rock salt EMAD? How about actually a mica EMAD? EMAD! I'm mica EMAD! Yes, very much so. And I'll bring an extra pigtail seed. Bloodthorn is like maybe my favorite material in this video game. Well, it's EMAD, not ENAD, but... All right, so... We've got our starting 7. I don't know which one of them is going to be the expedition leader, so I'll start doodling when we... in my notes document when we get to the expedition leader. We've got 2 miners, blacksmith, engraver, woodworker, 2 brewers, 7 dwarves, brought a bunch of bloodthorn and hematite ore, some goslings, some llamas, and 2 dogs. Do I have any thread in case of injuries? Yeah, there's thread. I didn't get rid of that. It's right there. Pigtail thread. Getting thread won't be too difficult, though. Especially because there's almost always surface plants that can immediately be made into thread if need. That's why you have to play this game on a huge monitor. I mean, this is a 32-inch monitor. So, all right. Well, I think it's time to hit Embark, unless there's any... Sweetbread is pancreas. So, a creature with a pancreas has sweetbread. Which is one of the reasons why I try not to talk about sweetbread, because as somebody with a non-functional pancreas, it's a little bit disturbing to me. So, I think if you're in Twitch chat, and you have it, we have a pick emote. I'm actually just going to copy paste this. Clockwork. And I'm going to make a command. And if you're in the YouTube chat, please, could I get a pickaxe emoji? Also making a command for Twitch chat, which is !succession, which is the TLDR. All right. Close enough. So now this command exists. There we go. Works. Perfect. Shall we begin? Oh, that's actually pretty dope. Dwarven outpost, you have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. I had to grab a screenshot. Your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Kumil Ok. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt plow or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the wolfmen get hungry. That's fun. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Arl Zulden. Underhouse. You know, that kind of sounds like a German restaurant. Underhouse! Anyway, Underhouse. Strike the earth. What? What? Pause. What the fuck? Oh my god. Boys, this place is cursed. I didn't do anything. It's a temperate savanna? I don't know. Meanwhile, YouTube chat, just put a brick on it. Just cover the hole. I mean, I did bring a lot of Bloodthorn. Do we have enough Bloodthorn? I don't even... Okay, so... The way demonic sites work is they hide underneath that first layer, underneath the adamantine tubes. So if we don't die in the next 10 seconds, this could be fucking badass. Let's just state that, okay? That's the first thing. The second thing, I'm not positive we're gonna live longer than the next 10 seconds. So, what I'm thinking I do is I hit this button and hit this button. Where are they? Oh my god. They look so cool! Sorry, I'm just enamored with this. This also makes every cavern layer unusable? Yeah! Correct. You know, okay, here's what might actually happen. Because this what the fuck hole goes directly into the magma sea, it may just seal itself off immediately. We have to come up with a fucking myth. This has to be like some religious site of some sort. I'm saying there's a chance, Golem. I'm saying there's a chance. I didn't mean to make the fortress sound so ominous. Is there even any open space here? Chat, it's already sealed. This is the only open space. So, actually, maybe it won't seal. This is the open space. Okay, so there's water right here. So there's an open spot right there, but there's lava above it. It's going to be sealed in one turn. There's an open space right there, but that's going to be sealed in one turn. I have zero clue what's going on, Lazy Man. Very square volcano, YouTube chat. Armor trim with the soap. I mean, I've seen weird world gen bugs before, like, what are they called? Like Armok's fingers or something? I can't remember what people used to call them. But it was basically where, like, the map would generate inverted, so you'd get, like, the adamantine on the surface. But you'd still have to dig all the way down to the bottom. Yeah, this is hell, right here. I didn't do anything. I just clicked Embark and then unpaused the game. And suddenly there's just a tunnel to hell from the surface in the middle of the road for some reason. This is 1000% a bug. So from second one, we have access to Cavern Layer 1. Cavern Layer 2. Cavern Layer 3. And the Magma Sea. No, this is a bug, but I don't care. This is cool. Like I'm here for it. Like it's still a bug. And because the last tile that it went through just happened to go through a lake, it's going to seal itself off. Do I unpause and see if my question is if my suspicions are correct, or do I start writing? What do I do, chat? Wait, you said yes. Which one do I do? Do I start writing? Okay. I mean, this is lore regardless, right? 15th. Okay, let's see. How do I do this? I'm just gonna go here. And go here. Of granite. Early spring. 275. Who's the expedition leader? Who's the dumb one who led us here? Sodell. Small party of dwarves arrived at the crossroads of... Where are we? Oh. Tutorials. Hi, tutorials. We are... in the Hill of Plains. At the crossroads in the Hill of Plains. After years of strife, After years of strife, where are we? We came from the Armory of Fingers. Something to do with the Armory of Fingers, like, breaking off, or, like, this group, came from the Armory of Fingers. Right at the crossroads of the Hill of Plains. Most of them died while writing it. I mean, in pain, screaming out loud. Thanks for the 50 bits, by the way. And for the... It's gonna make a great YouTube short. I presuming we even live that long. Anyway, in the Hill of Plains. Sodel wanted an escape. She grew up in the armory of typos. Is there a U in armory? The Armory of Fingers, I guess depending on what spelling it's set for. Arrived at the crossroads of the Hill of Plains. Wanted an escape. She grew up in the Armory of Fingers. Because the Armory of Fingers is up here. And as you can see, it's mostly destroyed by the Helmed Alliances, who are actively at war. So like there's two dwarven factions up here. And one of them is unplayable, which is the Helmed Alliances. And from what I can tell, they're like either in a mass civil war or like killing the other dwarves. So it's like a dwarf on dwarf war. Fighting wars against, what's their name? The Helmed Alliances. I can't spell, it turns out today. Can't spell when people are walking. Allegiances. So I'm going to grab a screenshot of this. Fighting against the Helmed Allegiances, was inner fighting amongst the dwarves. The dwarves. We need turmoil and destruction. Dwarven. They had journeyed. Oops. How do you spell journeyed? Traveled? Traveled. This crossroads. As legend states, it contains a great pit that leads directly to hell. The only way out was to end the world. Is that a bit too dramatic? How about this? They had traversed many corners of the land, searching for the legendary pit, leading directly to hell. How about that? Meh? Perhaps the lords below would help the dwarves find peace. I mean, it's far too poorly written for AI to have written it. Far too poorly written. Let's read a little bit about Sodell. Can you capture a demon? Sure. She sees others as selfish and conniving. Forms strong emotion. This checks out. Sees others as selfish and conniving. She forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to her detriment, and she is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She tends to think before acting, and she often feels lustful. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. She is, of course, brave in the face of imminent danger, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. And she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Grammatically questionable. I mean, you guys can yell about my grammar and I can fix it later. It's fine. Kind of considering these notes. I'm not going to pretend that my writing is any good. She personally values independence and dreams of crafting a masterwork. She likes magnetite, bilin, and black zircon, mink tooth, dog bone, the color slate gray, gems, picks, and sheeps for their tendency to flock. I should have brought sheeps. Oh well. And the sound of the musical, sea otters. She likes sea otters of poetry. Wait, what? No, she likes sea otters for their simple tool use. There you go. The words of the insight of poetry, and the sound of the musical wisps, and when possible prefers to consume giant swan, parsnip plants, and dwarven ale, and absolutely hates worms. If I'm going to give anybody a nickname, it'll be this dwarf. What religion are you a part of? The Scalded Cult. Please explain. What is the Scalded Cult? I would love to know. Who is the Scalded Cult? The god of war, Lek. All right, who's Lek? What is Lek? Hold on, let me get rid of this. Go, here. And, well, I guess I'd actually have to engrave this. What the fuck? It's a weird spot for there to be a pond. Okay. Actually, hold on. Who else? Who worships what? How popular is the god of war? 3 worshippers. 2, 2, and 3 for the denomination of fires who worship the god of fires and metal, the god of minerals, which is Moldath, Etur, and then Lek. Actually, I could do it over here. Even better. Lek. Lek is a deity of the Armory of Fingers. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with war. Damn it! I was hoping it would be like a cat or something. Well, it's the male dwarf god of war. The question is, does he dual wield whips? That's what I want to know. Let's name the tavern Hellpath. Hey, look, magnetite. All right, I need to do 2 things. I'm actually going to change my frames per second. I'm going to move it down to 30. You guys can play these at whatever frames per second you want, but I want this to run slowly. Which, wait, actually, is that over here? Can't actually remember where this setting is because it's been a while. Say it was 55 that I had it set to. Should I change the, oh, there it is. Let's just do 35. Use the tick forward button? No, totally, but I mean just in general. Now please seal. So this spot right here is sealed. There is open space right here, so I need this spot right here to seal. I'm just looking for other open spots. Here comes the water. It's evaporating almost as quickly as it's caving in. Wow. There's an open space right there. The top of it is just having lava fall on it. These are all still open spaces. This has been sealed. Where's the open space on this side? So there's a one tile open space right here. It's falling down right there too, I think. No, it's literally right there. Demons don't seem to be coming out. That spot there is now sealed. I don't know how this isn't sealing this. Because this isn't all open space. It's not falling. Oh my god. To anybody asking me what the hell happened, all I can actually say is I have no fucking clue. Like, truly? I ain't got the slightest, man. Yeah, like, part of the road collapsed, but it's still, like, shouldn't cave all the way in like this. It's at 14? You know what's going to happen, but you're not going to tell? What do you think's going to happen? I'd like to know. I mean, it's curious. I've just never seen this before, so... If it's just going to keep caving in forever, that kind of sucks, but... Just trying to see... What's actually... You have no idea? Okay. That is bizarre. So it's running out of water. Well, I mean, it's not running out of water, but a lot of the water has drained. What animals are on the map, I wonder? One of the dwarves went off fishing. Of course he did. There's Plump Helmet Men! So what are these green fiends? Very festive looking. It's a towering blob composed of vomit. Uh-huh. Checks out. It has two long hanging tails, and its crimson fidgets beware its deadly dust. I'm still not positive if this is even going to be playable. I'm just kind of hoping it'll eventually solve itself. But it's like, there's no real way to know outside of just letting it run. The frame rate's at 14 right now. So like, all things considered, it's the fact that this is just infinitely exploding down here that's kind of concerning. I mean, this is just a world gen bug. Like, if you go to the bug tracker and type in, like, portal to hell or tunnel to hell, there's probably something. Because, like, it looks like this is all sealed. Yeah, it's all sealed. But this is just endlessly exploding. What's the glowing purple stuff? You know those bottomless pits that people never come out of in Star Wars? That. This is the bottom of the map. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. I think you may have, like, added a third on today's revenue with that. Appreciate you, man. Oh, it's definitely collapsed 65 layers. It's definitely done that already. Vida, thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. So, I'm tempted to save and quit, reload the fortress at my hard save, retire it and reclaim it. Because I don't know how else to fix this. Build a staircase and visit it with an adventurer. The adventurer would just... I'm not going to do an adventurer, no. I'm just going to see if this fixes it. You could try some DF-hack liquids. Well, I'm trying, like, better alternatives first. If better alternatives don't work, then we'll go with what we end up having to do. We'll do what we have to. No, it's the endlessly... I mean, it's sealed itself off, so I'm just trying to stop the endless collapsing. Retire. Let's try this.
Good day.
Immunity. Port. Retire. Simply put, we did a perfectly normal embark, and for some reason there was a square hole all the way down into hell, and we don't know why. Fight Attack, thanks very much for the 36th month, and helping keep the channel funded. I greatly appreciate you today. It means a lot, dude. And 94 Tails with the Prime for 3 months. Thank you very much. We need $1 in bits, a Prime sub, or a resub, or another gifted sub, and that will... start a hype train. Like that. Thanks, Narvicious. Create new fort in existing world. Lands of community. No. No, it won't. Dig Dogo. I mean, it shouldn't. But there also wasn't supposed to be a hole to hell, so I mean, you know. Liquids don't get displaced anymore, though. I'm just hoping it stops whatever that endless cave-in issue is. It will move time up by 2 weeks, but... Underhouse, inhabit. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, everything's exactly the same. Okay. So the ridiculous eternal cave-in is gone now. What? We lost a dwarf. Huh? Excuse me? Did that dwarf just left? Definitely possible. It was the woodworker. Left in disgust, I guess.
FYDATECH cheered. X256.
Oopsies. Just gonna take a screenshot of that. Do we come up with the idea that he fell into the void, maybe? He could also arrive as a migrant. Okay, so this is still gonna be a lot of caving in. Thank you very much for that hype train, though. Appreciate you guys. Pixis, 16A, thanks for the prime. Which I'm sure is like some sort of nerd coordinates. Okay, so this time it just immediately sealed. I'm not seeing any of those freaky... Oh, there's a tree frog. I'm not seeing any of those freaky open spots. This is trying to seal desperately, but instead it's just disappearing very quickly. But if we actually go down into hell now, it's stopped caving in. I think that's worth sacrificing a dwarf. Can you build a downward slope? You have to channel a downward slope. You cannot build a downward slope from the layer above. You have to be on the layer to build a ramp. We've also got a swordsman visiting. Oh, do I have a tavern already? Did they make a tavern? Oh, there's also a chance. I was gonna say there's a chance he's just a visitor on the map, but no. We've also got these fuchsia fiends. Ice Blue, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Okay, so we're sticking with this save file then? Hexadecimal number? Okay. Your name just reminds me of Deep Space. Because he has a nerd coordinate, meaning 0. Not sure why there's a human swordsman visiting. Oops. Should probably snipe a screenshot of this guy. Okay, well, let's jump back over to here. Shortly after their arrival, they found that the legends were true. The Great Chasm did, in fact, exist. In fear, what was the name of the woodcutter? It's a world gen bug is why it exists. Do I know why it exists? I don't know. We're going to bullshit that together. It was just supposed to be a road. That's all it was supposed to be. Just a road. Just a perfectly normal road. But we found this. You can go check the VOD if you don't believe me. There are no shenanigans here. This is literally just, we embarked on a road. A perfectly normal road. But that is there. It's a road, yeah. I'm thinking about rebuilding the road. I mean, I kind of have an idea for how I was going to build... I had an idea, rather, how I was going to build this fort, but... I can also check where the aquifer is. Oh, it's pretty shallow. 1, 2. We got fire clay. White sand. Oh, yeah. Also, for trees, we've got chestnuts, pears, plums, cherry trees. Lovely. Pecans. Delicious. Orchard farmers. Plum wine is peak. Oh, I mean, Japan's doing something right with plum wine, let me tell you. I mean, that's just my bullshittery, so. I don't know if I've gotten a screenshot of this here. I'm going to start copy-pasting stuff into Discord as well. Just going to go grab the screenshots folder, because it's easy to do it that way. Wink. Excellent. So in the Discord room, let's delete that. Place that. Place that. I need to grab a a screenshot of actual hell. Oh, I'm sorry, was that a glove in midair? Or like a bat or something? What was that? Is the frame rate stabilized? It's gotten a lot better. Oopsies. Udil Lumokin was the name of the woodworker. Udil Limolukan. Left. I've copy pasted that. Plopped that into there. And save. And then I'm going to figure out what we're going to do from here. Let's just unpause and see what the frame rate is. Yeah, the frame rate's at 35 for me. I've moved my frame rate cap down to 35 so that time goes slowly. So frame rate is where it's supposed to be. This is evaporating as quickly as it's falling. Eventually this should stabilize, because if you go down to here, it's not actually caving in anymore. You know, people have joked about that for a very long time, but no, it's not cryptocurrency, thankfully. That would be very illegal. Twitch would ban me a long time ago. Although crime is legal now, just ask CoffeeZilla. You know, I could totally just dump water in here and help it out from this creek. I could dig a trench to it. I think it's time for us to get to work. So I was kind of thinking, this is what I was planning to do. I was planning to just channel down like kind of a circle around this and then build directly underneath this crossroads here. That was my plan. That's what I was thinking I would do. Do I still have a battle axe, actually? Because my... Okay, I need to assign an axe dwarf. I'm just going to take you off of fishing and give you an axe. For current use case. And just get a bunch of trees hacked down. Yeah, that's been a joke for a while. And chat, thank you very much for that level 5 hype train. 23 subscriptions and $3.56 in bits. Oh, shit. That's not an axe dwarf. Come on. Do that. Please quit fishing, dwarf. Go do something of value. I'm going to go over to here and do 1, 2. It's time to make ourselves at home, dwarves. Whoever wanted horses, you're getting your dream. Yeah, that dwarf just moved away. That's not too uncommon. That dwarf will probably show back up with a migrant wave. Maybe, actually, I could change the writing to they went off to go get help. Because currently I have it written in fear. Udil, the woodworker, decided to leave. I could say... The woodworker volunteered to find help. Is it a he or a she, the woodworker? They hoped to return as soon as they are able. It felt like an earthquake. Steam billowed up. And suddenly silence. Let's swap those two so that my wording is slightly less terrible. I'm in an ad break, so now's a good time to babble and type. All right, this is what I've got so far. Depends if they come back. Well, they are hoping to return as soon as they are able. The steam began was starting to become thin. As if it was welcoming the dwarves to their new home. Something like that. For it to find help. Perhaps there was great wealth. Well, I can type. Shortly after, where am I? Udib? Was it Udib? Hold on. I know that chat said what it was. Have to scroll up. Udil, not Udib. Udil left. The rest of the dwarves got to work. I don't know where I'm going with this. Oh, geez. Began working on the tavern. Well, I did at the start. We're now on the 4th of Slate, so we'll fast forward up to 4th of Slate. Oh, rather. Once I'm done gathering stuff, I'll update the date. So let's, I think, get all of the livestock put away, which is what they're currently doing. Also, I could just totally check their friends as well to, like, re-verify the names of things. Also, Bembul is now the lover. We have a lover almost immediately. We also have that visitor. Are you still here? That's the question. Nope, he left. Yes, I'm a Linux user. Unless the fort dies. If the fort dies, then it'll be a different fort in this world. But the plan for now, unless plans change, which is possible, is to keep this world a Friday thing. I think I might turn up the frame rate ever so slightly. 35 is a little slow for my taste, even though it's a bit better. Let's do 45. Let's bump it up by 10. I wonder if the lava is still flowing in. Yeah, it's still doing its thing. Correct. Golem, axe, correct. That is correct. I think that the thing to do here is probably to help it cool with a floodgate. Like, something like this. Something like that, you know? And that's what, 5 across, it's a bit thick. Just go 3. 3, and then go that. And this maybe? I don't tend to do anything. People always ask me, do you tend to do this? Do you often do that? I don't have a standard thing that I do every time. I try and do things differently in every fort, otherwise I get bored. So I don't have a consistent structure or playstyle. What do you guys think of this? Like, because I feel like we need to help this out. Give it, like, some assistance. Because obviously they can see it. I think as long as there's, like, a drawbridge in the way. How deep is this? Okay, so this is layer 9. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 4. That's where it gets down to chalk. Well, I do need to chop this down. That needs to happen. Let's just go to, like, right here. Oh, now that would be mean. Blocking the road with logs. This can just be a wood stockpile? If you just build it in the path of the existing bridge. Yeah, you're right, actually. Maybe that's the play. I could just dig down here. And then dig this out, and this out. And this out. And then just channel down into it. Could just do it that way. And then we could use wood logs and a drawbridge across here. Although, the actual way to do this, I think, would just be to build a bridge over this. Connect that to a lever and then drop it. But then I'd need stone. Oh, of course, Emily. Of course. So I was originally planning on just digging down to stone. Oh shit, we've got bauxite. That's kind of cool. I was just kind of planning on digging down to stone. And then beginning to build from within that. So what I think I'm going to do is this. So I'm going to actually turn something on because DF Hack always turns it off, which bugs the crap out of me forever, and will always do that until I figure out how to turn it off. Rectangle dimensions. Now you guys got to remember, because you are in a gameplay session with me, gonna have to deal with my tedious constructions. Although I made that bottom one a little bit too big. And then I could just build a wall along here, and those could be 2 entrances. It takes a while, but you like how it comes out. Let's see. I'm going to dig down and then dig down. We also have that Bloodthorn down here, which will be a huge boon for us. It's worth it for the symmetrical fortresses. I'm not even planning on making this fully symmetrical, but... I'm literally just doing this to help seal this up, because this water is too slow. So what I'm thinking is I fill this... Well, actually, I could go down one layer further and let it be deeper. Why don't we do that? Go down a few layers, even. This will also give us a really handy water setup here. We're also going to have so much construction work. Certainly. So this dwarf is Edom, who's one of our miners. Reason Abbey. Presents himself modestly, frowns on flashy accoutrements, he's swayed by by emotional appeals and is loyal and views loyalty in a dim light, at least in the abstract. I feel like these dwarves all view loyalty in a dim light, at least in the abstract. Free waterfall and mist? Potentially. It should all be... It's all in the VOD, if you want to go see the Embark. Like, if you want to know where to embark, it's all in the VOD. Like, if you're trying to construct that. My other miner. I also kind of want to come up with a name for the expedition leader. Jesus! Adam? Adam? Why are you climbing down the big hole? Adam, why are you climbing down the big hole? Climb down big hole, dumb. You're... I mean, A+, but why? That's not your only way out. Oh. Shit, no it is. Well... So where's the... Oh, no, you're over here. What do you think? Lorbam's adventure? Or no, Edom's adventure. I mean, he saw a mushroom tree down in the distance and was like, Hmm. Do you guys want to know a life hack? If you're digging up through an aquifer, it doesn't cancel it for, because it's wet. Just pro tip. I mean, this is all getting documented, man. What are you doing, dwarf? Oh, I'm dumb, is what he's doing. Dumb meaning I'm dumb. I'm gonna go put this mug in the kitchen because I just finished my coffee and I keep trying to drink mostly empty coffee. So, I was planning to give the expedition leader a nickname. Because I haven't turned it off, is why it keeps making that sound. I think this dwarf should get the nickname. Like, I really think this dwarf should get the nickname. Although, Dum Dum here is now refusing to dig up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Please just dig out a little bit of this. We're going to go up here. Certainly is going... Oh, hey, we found an aquifer. So I kind of just want him to dig out of this on his own terms. So... Although, maybe actually the way to do this is to just go over to here. I kind of don't like the way this looks. So I'm just going to go here, erase all this, go over to this. Dig to there. Nah. Where's the, okay, so where's this hole that I'm digging? I'm digging over here. I could go to, like, roughly this. Oh, this'll work. Oh, nope, that won't work. But right here. Kind of wish it was a little bit further south, maybe east even. Like right here. Right next to those elk birds. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so Edom began digging at his staircase. Be careful of your so-called friends. He must be really upset at the fact that they told him to go dig in that hole and then he, like, realized he didn't have a way out, so he just climbed down into the caverns. Never trust them, only trust yourself. We've also got a human swordsman who's visiting. So I want to give dwarves nicknames, but for me, I want to stick to nicknames, because YouTube chat's asking about that. I want to stick to nicknames that make, like, canonical sense to the character. And I don't want to nickname more than, like, one, maybe two dwarves. I think the majority of them shouldn't get nicknames immediately so that other people have the opportunity. There's a place where the crew found a cave system and they had to reroute the road, and this is the... I feel like this is a Dwarf Fortress recreation of this. Oh, that's kind of awesome, though, having to reroute a road. Because I'm kind of thinking about going down one more layer in here. I mean, I would personally say that this should be all paved at some point, but I'm not positive we'll make it that far. Or today anyway. Maybe chat will make it this far on another day, but I certainly won't make it that far today. Instructions very clear. Built road through hell. I mean, it is going to be one layer beneath a stream, which also isn't wise. But one layer further down is the aquifer. My fortress is out of food. What? Huh? Am I really? That was quick. I guess it has been, like, a chunk of time. All right, well, let's, Do I want to build a farm plot? Not really. Let's just eat the horses. And, make a food stockpile for everything but seeds. And I will run around and... Actually, let's just... Cherries... Let's just do this. Yeah, time to get to harvesting, indeed. Are there any special alerts rules? No. Why would there be? What defines special alerts? You can use whatever alerts profile you want. Okay, we're into bauxite. That's exciting. Bauxite's a good material. Storf's gonna go drink. Do not know. I want to use a goblet, cup, or mug. Well, that checks out. Was there strawberries in there? I just saw red spinach. Didn't see any strawberries, but... So I realize this... I can't go any deeper than this. If I go any deeper than this, I'm going to hit the aquifer. So I'm thinking I just channel out all of this. Or not channel out, but like... Thinking I dig out this. Like that, basically. And then here, I'm going to set all of this to priority number 2. With the exception of the one that you've already dug. So this one right here is going to be priority number 1. So he's going to prioritize that spot. So he's going to go dig himself out here. And where's this aquifer? Okay, so it's right here in this damp clay. This is like river and such, so that's fine. And he needs to get out of here so he can go get a drink. They must have done some eating while I was gone. It's more likely what happened. God damn it. So something collapsed and punched a hole back into hell. This needs to be written down. What day is it? It's the 22nd of Slate. Of Slate. The earthquakes began once more. The distant sound of breaking rock filled the air. Okay, so yeah, no, we really need to just drop a bunch of water on this fucking thing. So I'm just gonna go right here. I'm thinking just Bloodthorn, because Bloodthorn looks dope. And it's all close by. I'm gonna do that. I'm going to... I'm gonna make a mechanic. I'm gonna use birch for that. We're gonna make some rock mechanisms. Good God. So it's right there that's the problem. No, Well, that needs help. The frame rate dropped by about 20 when that happens, so it halves the frame rate. What demons are down here? We got just the Fuchsia Fiends currently. Yeah, it's just the Fuchsia Fiends. Great. Make 3 mechanisms, please. And we're trying to build this, so who's constructing it? It's my expedition leader. Well, we'll follow Sodell. I'm not gonna lie. I think it might be necessary to mute that announcement. Because, I don't know about you, but holy fucking shit, that's annoying. Stop it. What is actually happening? It's a singular piece of lava is becoming obsidian repeatedly and then falling. At like the speed of light, basically. I'm worried it's not gonna stop again though. Like I'm worried it's just gonna continue down here forever. Basically like... Give water, need empty bucket. I need to make buckets. I'll turn the alert back on when I know... Or when this bridge is done and filling. I'm a little worried that it might that the pit may actually be the issue. So I'm kind of hoping that by dumping a shit ton of water down in here, the problem will solve itself, but I'm not positive that that will actually save it. That is the concern. Like, that's the number of times it's caved in. You know, hold on a second. Let me test something. And I need to ask you guys if I can do this. So if I unmute this, which is cave-in. Okay, if I go here, go game, and disable cave-ins, that fixes it. Can I let that sit until I get this water thing sorted? Okay, that's what we're gonna go with. Makes sense under the circumstances? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. But let's get this bridge built. Whew. I mean, now the game's running at like the frame rate I have it set to, which is 45. So that's what we're supposed to be running at, 45. I may also need to make more food. I'm also going to butcher the 2 horses. Or maybe just one of the 2 horses. Could also re-permit fishing sooner than later. They will fall into the lava nice and soft. Yes, nice and soft, very bouncy. I'm also just going to zip down to here because there's, you know, elk birds coming out right here. Then I'm going to need to dig through these and get those out of here. I'm going to think about maybe putting some dogs there. No, this is like a perpetual Hammer of Armok. We don't need a Hammer of Armok. Armok made his own. Maybe this is what the myths are based on. The crushing sound became known as the Hammer of Armok. True fear. Have we named the square hole yet? Oh, I know what we should call it. Chat. It's the circle block. Because it goes in the square hole. Or maybe the fortress is the circle block because it goes in the square hole. That was a good meme. That was a A+ minute when that was a thing on the internet. What was the name of the bar from Dusk Till Dawn? I don't know. I haven't seen it. The square circle. True, yeah. Yeah. And at the bottom, the sounds that come from it are bop it. We could make a circular tower going down. Oh, there's all kinds of things we can make out of it, Max Fog. But, you know, start thinking about maybe what you would do. I still think, like, the round fortress of the square hole. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, never mind. It's actually not a big deal. It's just a horse. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just going to do some typing real quick. Soon after, the air settled, and silence remained. The dwarves needed to do something about the noise from the depths. They feared the surrounding lands would collapse. Obviously, we must hitch a plan. It's certainly an ingot mold. The ingot of the gods, perhaps? I mean, we're already into late spring. Although, I've been live for almost 5 hours, so certainly making it last. I was just going to play until the 15th of spring, which is when the fortress technically starts. What's the idea behind the hole in the bridge? This is a very fucky Embark. This is going to be a community succession fort where myself and chat are going to communally play this save file 1 year at a time. I'm year 1. I'm going to be very curious to see how many people actually get to play, because there's quite a few people on the list already. I haven't actually looked in a minute, but last time I checked, there was quite a few. Yeah, we've got 26 people who say they would like to take part. So that's 26 years of fort. Or longer. But the idea here is a community attempts to build a fortress, and I settled on a perfectly normal map with in the middle of a perfectly normal road, and there was a square hole all the way down to hell. And as for what do we have to do, good fucking question. Good fucking question. I have no bloody clue. The Embark spot was so rad. Hell opened up, something like that, yeah. They moved away because I had to re-embark on the location. Had to re-embark on the location because, well, we tried to re-embark on the location because there was a endless cave-in that was happening, and I fixed it now by turning off cave-ins, but the reason I'm building this bridge here is to dump a bunch of water all the way down into the lava sea, which will hopefully stop the cave-ins. Hopefully. We could say he fell in, but I said that he left to go get more help because it is possible that the dwarf will come back. Because they're now a notable figure in the world who just moved away. So they'll either come back or they'll never come back. Although it would be kind of funny if this dwarf gets swept off by the aquifer that they're running past constantly. We may never know what happened to that dwarf. That is true. Yeah. Yeah. Although the first part, when I post the save file, somebody could go download the world and type in the starting seven's name, which was Udil. Type in that person's name into Legends and see where they are. I'm also just going to real quick make a temple to no specific deity right there. And I'm going to assign a manager, which I think would be the brewer, Bambul. If you have less than 20 dwarves, they don't even need an office assigned in order to do their tasks. And let's say wooden cup. Let's make them out of, I don't know, willow. Why not? If you can find them, good luck finding them. I'm not going to do that. Nope, they don't need it until you have 20 dwarves. Which, believe it or not, I didn't know that until actually kind of recently. I was always under the impression that they needed, bored having an intellectual discussion, really? I was always under the impression that they needed it from the very start, but yeah, I can't even remember who told me. but somebody did. Oh, another thing I should make. Hatch covers. Actually, how about wooden door? Let's make oak doors. This is very much a flooding risk. But I have a design idea for this. I'm just gonna pause. Actually, no, this area can be drained. But when they hit the bottom of this, they'll automatically stop digging. And what I think that I'm gonna do here is I'm then gonna channel it one further down, which will send it into the damp silt and clay. But if I channel out the ceiling, then that will remove the aquifer. So if I get walls around the edge and it channeled down into it, I can remove the aquifer from this circle. And that's where I will build the tavern. That's my goal. So it's gonna kind of have a open ceiling and then a pit going through it. Okay, so this is still caving in. Because the water is basically stopped. It's like run out of water up here is the problem. Oh my god, is this like not actually a full... Oh no, okay, so it is filling from over here. It's just filling so slowly that it doesn't have enough water to actually solve this issue. And so this is just evaporating constantly right here because there just isn't enough water actually going in here. So yeah, we just need to dump water on this. I'm also just going to forbid this briefly so that this dwarf can go get a drink and eat something. I'm gonna go grab their willow cup. I have advice on how to learn Dwarf Fortress without getting overwhelmed. Play slowly and focus on one thing per fortress. Food and drink and bedrooms are the most important thing to learn first. Clothing's probably the next on the list. It's a sandbox game, so there's no such thing as cheating. I would recommend doing things like turning off enemies if you need a easier time to learn stuff, and just one thing at a time, and eventually the overwhelmingness of it will go away. That's my advice. Losing is fun because losing is a form of progression in Dwarf Fortress. When the fortress dies, you can start a new fort in the same world and continue playing. I think fun found us, Dustin Dude, in YouTube chat. There's no way this fortress is going to go well. Also, this is the husband of the expedition leader who's taken over the construction. He has a tendency towards privacy, is an optimist, and is very curious, sometimes to his detriment. He is very ambitious, and he's always looking for a way to better his situation. You're going to hear a screenshot right now. Oops, nope, wrong button. No, that's fine. I'll just do that. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he occasionally overindulges. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He talks to inanimate objects when he's nervous. If anybody wants to draw a fan art of this dwarf, draw him like talking to like a pickaxe or something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at crappy weather. He's friends with just about everybody here. Seems pretty likable. Hates fire snakes, likes gold opals and the color sea green, maces and breastplates, and when possible prefers to consume what's wrong with you? Knuckleworm and muck roots. They're like worms that are hands. They're like tiny little hands that crawl around and gross. Gross, 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 gross. Talking to the bottom of his mug. You understand me, don't you? You're my only friend. You're heading to bed, tired as fuck today? Alrighty. Take care. Someone build Fields of Hell in the thing of sunlight. I mean, demons could come flying out right now, so... It's not like we're safe currently. I really wish that Bridges said the completion percentage. Like, how many more do I need? Like, how many blocks have been brought here compared to how many need to be there? At least for combat stuff, for sure. Dig Dugo. What will the solution be towards flying forgotten beasts? Scream loudly and lock the doors. Speaking of, I should probably go down here and seal this off, but in order to do that, I have to... dig out these two and then fill that up with walls.
This is madness!
Madness! Trust me, we have the biggest fucking Sparta hole I've had maybe ever in a fortress, Hobo. This fortress goes all the way from the surface to hell, and it's a bug. I didn't do anything wrong. The game did, okay? Also, hi, Hobo. How are you? Happy Friday. I'm going to a concert on Saturday. I'm excited. It's a metal band I like, and then a bunch of, like, hard, like, I want to say hard rock bands, but it's more like stoner butt rock bands. Alt rock, maybe. I mean, it really is Bone Doll. We're going to get legends out of this. It might only last like 3 days. Who knows? Who knows? So something I could do while this bridge is being built. I'm thinking when we hit maybe the 1st of fall, we'll figure out who's playing first. I will copy, I'll keep the name submission form open, and I will copy the results document and scramble it. Although I don't actually know how to scramble a spreadsheet, so. And I'm also recording all of this, so if this ends up being a YouTube video series, which could happen, what I could do is I could make the portions that the audience does just screenshots and storytelling, and the portions that I do all recorded. And if people want to stream theirs, they're totally allowed to do that. Totally allowed to do that. Or make videos or record it or whatever. Or record a podcast in audio format. You can do literally whatever you want. The only rule is you have to do the writing and it has to be at least as terrible as my writing. And the Storfs gets to be near a waterfall. Recreate the year through an MS Paint graphic novel. I mean, hey, you do you. Montecore, thanks for the 6 months in advance. Holy shit, man. It's very kind of you. Appreciate you, man. It's the 28th of Fell Sight. The dwarves had derived a plan to hold water above the Great Pit. Pouring the water in would seal the, well, would put out the fires below, maybe? Pouring the water into, pouring water into the Great Hole could help settle the angry gods below. It's kind of my wording here. Found a promising looking area, but the road bridge layout succeeded this time? Oh, really? Wait. Oh, are you trying to replicate this in a different map? I think in order to have this happen, you'd have to settle in the exact same spot. No, because I have zero interest in learning how to code, Ethan. Ethan just asked if we can have coding streams where I learn to code. It's like, no, because I have no interest in learning to code. That would require me to have an interest in the subject in order to want to learn it. You can do that, of you learning how to code. Hopefully. I mean, I haven't been this surprised or shocked by a fortress embark since Godly Tombs. I don't know. Ethan just randomly asked that out of nowhere with no context in the YouTube chat about that. I just said no. See you later, Disco. Take care, mate. Well, would that bug hole gone through the spire in the case that we're instead interested in the semi-molten magma flow? What? Excuse me, what does that mean? Still go back to that video from time to time? That's cool. Cheers, dude. See, this is having the exact outcome that I wanted it to have. I'm just gonna go down here. Maybe not right there. Let's just go right here. And make a everything but metal ores. Just other stone. Economic. Stockpile. Oh, it stopped because oh yeah, no, it goes all, that's where the mineable tiles stop. In fact, it's gone through unmineable tiles. But in order to make the spam go away, I had to pause, or I had to disable cave-ins. This is the happiest dwarf in the fort, literally because he's standing here and getting sprayed with water occasionally. Look at how happy this motherfucker is. He's so happy. Anyway, he's off to go get a sippy. And I'm going to be picky about where I place this lever because I can only place it once. Or rather, I can place it more than, well, actually, I guess I should make two, shouldn't I? Yeah, let's make two. I'm gonna put one right here as well. And then I'm gonna need 1, 2, 3 more. "69 years old, he's so happy." I would be too. Meanwhile, over here, this dwarf is praying to the oily rock of aquamarine. and who's upset after not being able to pray to this dwarf god for so long. Unfortunately, we're going to have a bunch listed as like former brokers and stuff. Also, it looks like Nomol, the blacksmith, and Lorbam have gotten together. And Nomol is down here mining shale and carrying that up. Just going to go up to here. Oh, yeah, I don't actually need to worry about digging that out. Because I'm going to do... Ooh, how fancy do I want to be with this is the problem. Because this needs walls around the edge of it. I have not been to a movie theater, no. I want more bauxite, because bauxite's a really good color. So I'm thinking about just mining out a chunk down here. Using that to make bricks. Up here. This dwarf over here is making a wooden wheelbarrow. Yeah, I'm working on making a wheelbarrow. Because it shouldn't go over here. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any interest in going to movie theaters unless I got people to go with. Going to movie theaters is kind of like going out for dinner by yourself. It just kind of sucks. So I'm mostly just waiting for it to arrive on streaming. Unless like my dad wants to go see it or something, but yeah, I don't know. I just don't really want to go to a movie theater. Although actually I could just put the stoneworkers down here. That's probably the better idea, really. But yeah, no, I've heard good things. I mean, I know some people are being like kind of elitists about it, but you know, it's a sports movie. Of course they're going to be. It's a sports movie. What do you expect it? Okay, let's just go over here. Get rid of this. Do I watch F1? Yes. What team do I like? Williams. Sometimes McLaren. I like teams that are entertaining. Like, I don't like Ferrari. I like making fun of Ferrari. I don't like Aston Martin, but I like people who are at Aston Martin. I don't particularly care for Mercedes, but Russell and Toto Wolff are entertaining. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really follow particular teams. I'm like that guy that watches WWE, but like doesn't actually care about any of the wrestlers and instead is sitting there like on the drama websites reading about who's gonna sign a contract with what company. I'm there for the drama and the circus more than anything. But if you told me I had to be a fan of a team, it'd probably be Williams. McLaren's been fun to watch the past few years, though. I said Williams. Not Willies. Williams. I mean, you could call them the Willies if you want, but... Cheers, Mac Boss. I'm just sitting here waiting for these ads to play through. What else can I doodle on to here? We last put in an entry in the 20th of Fell site. Construction completed was completed the following month. jump up to here. This is getting built actively. So I need a location for 2 levers. You know, there's this like me challenge, which is impossible for me to complete, which is make a fortress that isn't over the top and annoying to actually build in initially. It's like an impossible level challenge for me. I don't particularly care about Haas. Haas has been entertaining, but I'm not a fan of Haas. What about Haas? I don't know. If you want to hear me yell about Formula One, there's a room on the Discord called Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms where I spam all caps during races sometimes. Or after the race because I slept in and missed it. I think I'm just going to put a lever. I'm just going to do this very simple. I'm not going to overthink this. I think Gunther's kind of a dick. I mean, he's entertaining in a like a reality TV kind of way, but I don't know. I kind of want to read his book, but no, I don't have interest in cardboard gambling. Just like I don't have interest in plastic crack. MacBoss in YouTube chat asks if I have any interest in TCGs like Magic. Don't need cardboard gambling, and I don't need plastic crack. K's and thanks. Your eyes are always bigger than your dwarves? Yeah. Also, me having to reclaim this fort may actually kind of screw up our ability to get migrants the first season. And then when this is done, pull that. I mean, who knows? That's for me to know and you to probably not find out, big bad Dremels. I mean, obviously, what else do you think I'm spending all of the mountains of YouTube money I'm making? Sheesh. No, obviously, I don't smoke crack, thanks. I snort it. Duh. I inject it directly into my eyeballs. Don't do drugs, kids. We've pulled the first lever. Beer, 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 beer. Just going to make a fishing zone right here. And nobody really has any fishing skills, so I'll give Logan some fishing. And I'm just gonna chuck. Where is it? No, that's under farming, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. Fishery. A fishery. Right there. Wouldn't silicon crack be like graphics cards, though? Saw your interview with Toady yesterday. The dying sounds pretty good. No kidding, hey? How you doing, Deep Space? Yo, this fort's wild. Check this out. This was just here when we embarked. I did no shenanigans. I literally pressed go and it immediately was just like, congratulations, you've discovered hell. So yeah. I had to turn off cave-ins because it was infinitely collapsing. In theory, demons could fly out of it, but they haven't. So I guess that's good. Almost immediately as well, a dwarf fell in. Yeah, chat picked so many axes that we landed in hell. That's what happened. A elevator? That's a ride here. Well, in Vancouver. It's a theme park ride. There's also honeybees. Do trees respawn? Trees don't respawn, but they do regrow. Fish respawn. Trees use seeds last time I checked. I mean, the original save, like the very beginning save, has been archived, and we can just send it to Putnam. So I can just send her a link. But yeah, I don't know. This may also just very well be a known bug. I haven't dug into it much. And if it is, then there's probably nothing they can do about it because the world code needs a lot of rewrites. This is a well-known fact. Well-known and constant fact. So, there's all kinds of weird world gen anomalies. Like somebody in chat was talking the other day about finding a world that finding a world that had a giant square of water above the Embark location. Which, by the way, that's not supposed to happen. But, like, in theory, if you just waited long enough, eventually it would just flow away. I don't know if anybody's tried to embark in the same spot. But, like, the save file's on the Dwarf Fortress File Depot, so you could if you wanted to. Same. The question is, do I turn cave-ins back on or after I pull the water and let the water flow in? Okay, so construction work is completed. 23rd of hematite. I can now go over here and channel into this. After water? Okay. Okay, so now that's done. '24th of hematite. The water reservoir began to fill. Let's pull this. Seems Bambool gets the honors. The lover of the manager. And here it goes. While that's working, I'm just going to go over here real quick. And throw some bauxite into here. And then we can watch this fill. The water park is open, yeah. Well, we need to wait for this to fill all the way. Is anybody fishing? Nope. Making those bauxite blocks, it looks like. All-around helper, I'm going to say once again, if you are planning to take part in this, do recall that this is about role-playing and not min-maxing. So if you have the opportunity to do something like that and it makes sense for the story, by all means. But do recall that. Do remember that. That is the goal here. Get the lads in here for a bath. Yeah, totally. Anybody need a shower? All right. Do I still have fishing set that nobody did this? I'd swear that I tabbed over there and unchecked that. You are correct, I do. I thought I tabbed over and unchecked that, might be. Just so I don't need to worry about farming for the moment. Looks like there's shad. First layer's almost full. Pool's closed, hashtag old memes. Eh. That is in fact a old meme. Feel so sorry for the fishies. Well, they're about to fall very quickly somewhere, and they're never going to see this coming. I mean, falling. I mean, Dustin Dude in the YouTube chat is saying, I'm pretty sure this style of fish trap is illegal. I don't think there's any laws about trapping fish in dwarven culture. Just tuned in? What does that mean? If you just tuned, you're in for a surprise, Nimlark. Although, exclamation point succession in the Twitch chat if you want to know what's going on. Simply put, I only have until the 15th of spring, and then I'm saving. We're up to the midsummer point already. How has this been as a prototype experiment for the stream chat so far? Not goals, succession. Goal is for my own fort. Succession is for this. I'm gonna have to retrain all of chat, I think. It's okay, you're not the only one who's spelling challenged, me too. Just trying to make this a wee bit safer. Got 6 blocks. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just gonna wait for this to be fully full. But this hellhole changed everything. Is that what they call it where you're from? The hellhole? I just like the fact that our expedition leader worships Lek, the god of war, and likes chaos. Like, there's something about this. Because it's called the Cult of Chaos is the religion that our expedition leader follows, which is really funny because it's like, yeah, let's make like just kind of a vibey little... Oopsies, that's not the tool I wanted. Let's make a vibey little, like, low surface tavern thing for visitors and guests, and then it's just like, here's a portal to hell. It's like the setting for like an indie video game coming of age tale, you know? It's just like the bartender that works at a bar that's like on the surface of hell, you know? Or right next to a door that leads directly to hell. It's the most like silly nonsense situation that you could possibly imagine. Oh yeah, by the way, if anybody remembers from yesterday, there was a weird clicking sound coming from my computer. It was a fan. I dusted my computer and the sound went away, so... Deep Space Dwarf! Anyway... Who's ready to drain this? Let's see how we're doing here. Once filled, the dwarves drained the water. And as... quickly vanished in a cloud of mist. A dwarf did fall in. Well, climbed down, actually, to the first cavern layer. Seems Edim the Miner gets to do the honors. This was the dwarf who climbed in. Reason, Abby. Here we go. Actually... Huh? Didn't you have opened already? Oh, there it goes. Why did you take so long? Okay, so water is now falling. It's going to take a little while to get all the way down. Let's go down to the first cavern layer. Right about here. Don't go chasing waterfalls, just Dorothy falls. Man, water takes so long to fall. There it goes. Like, straight up, water takes forever to fall. It's like they've got parachutes built in. And this is where it's being drained into. Wish it luck. Oh, look! There's a fire imp. Let's call him Steve. I don't know. Chat, should we name this Fire Imp? Brave. Boy. Lad. What a brave lad. About to learn to swim. Oh my god. It did fucking nothing. The good... Okay, hold on. Let me just turn this back on. Oh, now there's more. Oh. What? Oh, he's climbing out. So the brave lad has fallen down in. The cave-ins are continuing. The water is still flowing. I'm just gonna let this sucker refill. And I'm actually gonna do something else that I probably should have done a while ago, which is let's just prioritize this. Just, you know, on the off chance that he's unconscious. I mean, he landed in here and his head took the full force of the impact. Now he's stunned. He's trying to climb out, but he's like failing. Probably because his arms are bruised. I don't know how you bruise fire, but your fan is clicking again? Yeah, definitely. That's definitely what that is. For everybody's sanity, I will turn that off again. Okay, so now this is refilling. What are we gonna trade? I'm not positive traders are going to arrive, but fuck if I know, dude. Zoomzang, thanks for the 34th month. Welcome back.
48LOVE.
Appreciate you, dude. Oh, there's two of them in here now. Well, at least there's friends. We got Frail and Clumsy. Why don't we name you? Oopsies. You can be Clumsy. You can be Flumsy. Clumsy and Flumsy, the fire imps. They're relieved being near a waterfall. That seems like the opposite of what something made of fire would be. But don't really know what else to say to that, so, man, if Clumsy and Flumsy die, I will be sad. Let me fill this back up. Although I should actually write down, quickly vanished in a cloud of mist. Unfortunately, the plan failed and the rumbling down below continued. Steam continued to rise from the great pit, and the earth shook. Shock waves. And the earth shook. Let's go with the earth. And the earth shook. And the earth kept shaking. That's what I'm going to go with. Certainly no Midsummer's Night Dream, let me tell you. Also got another one of these vomit fiends. Get clumsy and flumsy down here. You know, they're the true losers of this fortress. those two fire imps, man. I mean, it's like they have it's called a toll gate, okay? I didn't really think that I was putting it in the middle of the road. I'm a bit more enamored with this. So willow, ginkgo, walnut, birch, pear. Let's just go fruit gathering zone. Don't climb and be silly. Dwarves are gonna just go gather plants. Down in here. Actually, no. Let's just dig this out. Because I can go all the way up to here. Just have to leave 2 on the edges so that we can go around the top. But this will increase the amount of water flow. Then down in here. As this continues to fill. I feel like nobody's been here since the cave-in, probably. You notice we're at 6 dwarves. I retired and reclaimed a fortress to try and fix things, and one of them migrated away. Nobody died, though. Yeah, we finished up, we polished up some basic ideas for it, Syndicate, last night, and then today we started it. Also in an ad break, so I will pause. Well, yeah, we'll just leave it paused. Also, my YouTube dashboard is frozen. That's not good. YouTube is completely crashed. Great. But if you'd like to sign up to potentially take part, do jump into the Discord, because that's where the Discord room for all of this is. There we go. Just waiting for these ads to end. Don't worry, I'm also very confused. We hang Aaron YouTube chat saying they just joined and they're confused. We embarked here, and there was a hole that went all the way down to the underworld. It's probably a world gen glitch of some sort, but we're rolling with it because lol. And also because what is a bug if not a legend in the making, you know? There was no shenanigans, there was just a tunnel to hell. I didn't need to find fun, the game found it for me. And so I'm pouring water into it to try and help seal it up. But if I can't solve this by the end of the year, then it's going to be up to you guys. Your companion with adventure mode tried to start a conversation with their pet cougar. Oh yeah, no, they'll say, "You look like a fine warrior, indeed," to their pets quite frequently. I love how happy these dwarves are, all things considered. You got anything yet, dwarf? Oh, we got raw perch. Look at that. Fishing may actually not be the worst thing you can do here, because I should make a fishery. The main issue I have with fishing is when it's just like, you know, turtles and stuff all the time. But we've got rainbow trout and perch, which is actually really good. This is a hell cover-up operation? Wait, are we doing the cover-up? I would call it more of like a hell solidifying operation. It is also worth noting that hell is like completely free to just fly in and fight us right now if it wants. Where are you going currently, I wonder? Oh. Down here. Speaking of bauxite, I'm just happy we found bauxite, because bauxite's such a fun material to make cool colors. Makes that part of my brain happy. Yeah, it's like a hell clotting operation. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Trying to form an obsidian scab. Ooh, I hate that, but don't like that at all. What do you guys think of the fort entrance design, though, that I've got here? Do you guys think you could work with this? I want it to be, like, kind of straightforward, but also cool. You know what I mean? So it's going to be like a 2-deep wall in the middle of it. And then on this, on the layer below this one, because I'll dig through this in a bit, on this layer, which I'm not positive this is an aquifer yet. I don't think it is. I'll channel all this out, and then, in theory, it shouldn't leak. Okay, well, it's almost time to drain this again. Can you build over the purple pits to block them off? Yeah. Yes, you can. I do also have kind of a Hail Mary of how we could plug this. Okay. What's the date today? It's the 24th of Malachite. 24th of Malachite. The dwarves made a second attempt to flood the pit. The pit is keeping the demons out. Currently they could get in. Currently they could get in, but here it goes again. I'm going to try this. I'm going to turn cave-ins on this time. Good God. I think the issue... Oh, shit. Something's happening this time. It's managed to spread a little further. Basically, I need the water to get to over here to seal off this side. The situation slowly began to improve. Because, like, it is okay, let's just... There's flying fish. Those are some very confused fish. They haven't even realized they're supposed to fall yet. The first half of the year is about patching the pit. I've literally done nothing. But... Oh no. There's a giant olm. Well, that's not good. Death. I'm going to place an animal training zone here and train the dogs for war. Because this is a problem. Dry fountains. I see a joke in there somewhere. So... Tragedy. What was the name of this dwarf? It was Nomal. Before the dwarves finished closing the gates to the lower caves, a giant olm emerged and quickly crushed the blacksmith Nomal. The dwarves gave it the name Day Fountains. No more Nomal. Yeah. All right, well, let's see where it goes. Dogs are fighting with it. Sodel, the expedition leader, is very angry and is fighting with it. Sodel is mostly punching it. Where did it go? Okay, it's right here. It's tired and bleeding and exhausted. The dog is also assisting. Is actually shaking it around by the head and tearing its spine. Come on, dwarves. And the creature's dead. Did the dog get it? Huh! Post-fights, of course. All right, let's jump back into just gameplay footage here. I need to make a coffin. And we really need to seal this up. I also need to go down here. Put 2 bauxite blocks right there. And I will just... Actually, let's do floors. I will just put a doorway there and seal it. However, I'll also need to fortify part of it so that I can let this water drain. Is Olm good eaten? I don't know if we can butcher it. We can try. No, it's not butcherable. So it's just going to be, I think, thrown in. I'm not sure if that's considered refuse or not, but... Some migrants have arrived, though. And then there were 6. That was, what, the 28th of Malachite? Got a proficient blacksmith. More hands. Their numbers had now fell to 5. The death of Nomal was something the dwarves would mourn over. However, their luck was turning. Migrants from the mountain home had just arrived. And the population rose to 11. I'm presuming that's where they're going to stop, because it looks like it. Okay, sometimes named kills aren't butcherable. Usually mangled kills aren't butcherable. So, a lot of that checks out. Where do I put this dwarf's corpse, chat? I'm thinking... I pause this. And put it down here. Maybe seal it up. What do you think? I'm not going to throw his body into the pits of hell. The creature's body, yes. Although I do need to, I go to labor, standing orders, gather vermin remains. Is there a particular reason why? Ah, there we go. Dwarves don't really visit tombs anyway, so I don't see them being not sealed as a mandatory thing. Uh-oh. Is there more combat? What are we fighting with? Oh, the manager's just vomiting. Oh, Jesus. Well, I need a hospital. I need a chief medical dwarf. Nobody has any skills. All right, peasant, you get the task. Cole the blacksmith is a bone doctor. We've got no diagnosers. No surgeons, no nothing. They'll use it. It'll be fine. Did you get bit by a helmet snake? Is that what happened? Oh, wow, no. He's dead. There's the helmet snake. Helmet snakes have a deadly venom, so he's just dead. Like, there's no reason to make a chief medical dwarf, because he's just dead. Just gonna unassign all these dwarves because there's no reason to leave them there. Especially because he was Sodel's lover. And he's the manager. The 3rd of Galena. The number fell once more. Bambool, the manager and lover of Sodel, had been bit by a helmet snake. Overcome with terror, he fell to its venom. Rest in peace, dwarf. Wait, what? Is he overcoming the... Hold on a second. I thought that was just like a deathly poison. It just kills them. Is it not? Is it possible for them to get over it? I thought that was just like guaranteed death. Huh. I've only ever seen them die, so I preemptively scratched that. What was his name? Already forgotten. Manager Bambool was bit by a snake. Maybe we name this dwarf Helmet Venom. Because you survived it. the dwarves feared he would die. But thankfully, he somehow recovered. I mean, I thought he would die. Jesus. It's either that or snakebite, maybe. Okay, let's... This is refilling. Poison blood. I'm liking snake venom, but... It's quite the trauma. Still need to keep working on this. Bauxite. And let's just go down here. Place these two doors, and then I can seal this. Okay. Now we can finish this. Although, like I said, I'm going to have to fortify this and this so that it drains. And lock this and lock this. So far, so dwarf. All right, so things should be significantly safer now. Made it to late summer. We've got one season left. You know, for a wilderness biome that isn't, like, super terrifying or anything, I am amazed that we've lived this long with what's going on. What about you? What's your evaluated wounds? Diagnosis required. I need a diagnoser. Let's make the chief medical dwarf the diagnoser. We'll just micro this. Oh, boy. Well, cheers, Dustateer. I honestly have been doing a terrible job reading chat, period, today, so... The fact that I saw that message is actually kind of impressive. Lower body's cut open. Dented, needs surgery. Looks like he's got rotting flesh. Surgeon. Now you're the surgeon, dwarf. Go do surgery. Satisfied at work, eh? Don't have any soap either. Now you need what? Needs more diagnosis? Oh, Jesus. Well, here. Let's just go back into here. Diagnoser. Where did this neck go? Off the map, I think. Oh, no, it's up here. Wandering around. I mean, what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to pen one of my dogs right here. I'm also going to go over here and harvest some of these strawberries. There's strawberries over there. Look at that. You need stitches. This dwarf's giving stitches. Got 2 bauxite. And then up here, I'm just gonna plunk it. Oops. I'm going to plunk a tomb right there. And oops. Right there. Sneck is being dumb noodle, is what Sneck is being. What did you miss of the map generation of this? So there's a hole to hell. And I'm trying to seal it with water. Is what you missed. Got wounds being dressed on this dwarf with pigtail cloth. Still. This dwarf's going to be pretty badly scarred, I presume. Not to mention all the rotten flesh. And Kivish gets the unfortunate duty. That's very important. Oh no, is Clumsy dead? So there's a Wrath of Steam down here. Also known as Gabe Newell's Lawsuits. Which is a snail composed of steam with wings and it squirms and fidgets. It's currently pushing the imp repeatedly, and it's having 0 effect. I'm not joking when I said that there's a hole to hell. Like, there's straight up just, there was a hole in the middle of the map that went all the way down to hell. And I'm trying to seal it off, which is proving difficult! Yeah! Very difficult. So, 2 seconds. There's an ad break running. Although, I do need to point out, there is an issue with this fortress. If you turn off the disabled cave-ins, because currently I have them disabled, if you turn them off, uh-oh. 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 We'll follow this. Have I got hatches set up yet? Okay, so once this is closed, it'll be safe. Down here at the bottom of this is this. Wait, what? Oh, they're still burying the dwarf's body. Nomel's body hasn't been buried yet. Did they close it? Let me just double check and make sure I haven't left an alternative way in. I haven't, I don't think. No. There is a human bowman here who's going for a sanity check. I was gonna say a swim, but hold on. Where's the water? That's not a forgotten beast. That is a demon. Thankfully, it's just made of steam and it doesn't really do much. Gosh. Thankfully, this did spread out quite a bit more. We haven't... Uh-oh. So this Wrath of Steam is locked in eternal combat with this Fire Imp. Clumsy. I don't know where the other Fire Imp went. We got Clumsy. Uh-oh. One of the Fire Imps is gone. And there may not be much more I can do. Also, a near Poolmost, I guess their desire to swim makes sense, would like to reside in Underhouse for the purpose of eradicating monsters. I don't see any problem with this. I mean, their name checks out. I don't know why he's in the puddle, or she's in the puddle? I don't know why she's in the puddle. I say approve and hope they get out of the puddle. I don't really know what to do. Aside from hope that they can't... break down doors. It's fighting with a giant Olm. Did the Olm get any hits in? Looks surprised. I mean, realistically, bolts could probably kill this thing. I mean, they're not the most effective at being demons, that's for sure. The issue here is, like, I don't think this is going to get better, because it's just going to keep draining. Because, like, There's a hole right there. And a hole right there. I guess, yeah, we just need to, like, gamble drop on it. And hope that we get it eventually? During the third attempt to seal the pit, a creature escaped and almost reached the surface. Thankfully, before it did, the gate was closed. Ay, 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 man. That's all I really got, man. That's all I really got. Is ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. This is gonna be, you know, I was like, we're gonna try and write a story here, and I guess we're doing that. Good luck to whoever's unlucky enough to get the save file next. Chat, I have a question. To those of you who've signed up, are you hoping you get this next? Or are you like, fuck that? Where are you at? What's the vibe out there? Because, like... You're like, fuck that? I mean, no pressure, mate. No pressure. And put a tavern and brewery on the top? I mean, yeah, that's certainly a viable option. You know, actually, just building a whole, actually, building a roof on top of this is probably the play, even. I've got shit tons of cherry wood. This other wood that's like roughly the same color as cherry. And then just keep slowly pouring water into it. All of the lava? Yeah. Hell doesn't bother you? It's like the dripping walls annoying. Hell, nah, that's fine. Let's also just go down here real quick and see if I can get a second stoneworker up in here. Don't dead open inside. Don't dead open inside. Yes. Wiser words have never spoken. Or maybe it's breaking in case of almost dead kind of deal. What's even crazier is you can access all the way down. Wait, it's even crazier. You can access all the way to the third cavern. I mean, fourth cavern. Third, second. first. Yeah, you also can't really access the caverns currently because there's kind of a demon in it. It's a little busy. At the moment, it's kind of occupied. Also, where did our visitor go? Meditate on dawn, hey? You and your bow and you're all out of ammo. Alrighty, Poolmost. There's also endless combat happening. We've got Clumsy the Fire Imp dueling with one demon, and a giant Olm dueling with another. You know, if they just keep fighting... Oh, no, they're moving. Some Mark Dwarves could probably just pick this thing off. I'd be willing to bet some Mark Dwarves could just pick that off. I think what I'm going to do... Is it worth risking the iron to make iron bolts to try and kill it? Yeah, they can fly. Snowstar. Yes, there's iron on the map. Not hematite, it's magnetite, but... Because I could go up here. This isn't the prettiest setup. Wooden bolts? I was just gonna make like one block of iron bolts. It's only gonna be one bar. Could also do bone bolts though. Why do I keep hitting this? I mean, iron bolts are guaranteed to be more effective, but... Make rock blocks. Bauxite go. Wait, where? Oh yeah, the 12th came from the visitor, right? It's better to guarantee the damage. I mean, just run with whatever. I think the expedition leader would take the crossbow. Equip. Crossbows. Oh, I'm also going to need to make a quiver. I don't think I have any quivers. Tanner. Leather. Let's butcher the other horse. Making bone bolts. This is the wood furnace. Let's make 2 charcoal. I mean, this is certainly unique. Snowstar in YouTube chat. That is very much the truth. I was kind of expecting this to be like a chill, vibey thing and maybe like talk about a relationship or like somebody getting married. I wasn't expecting this. At no point was I expecting this. Never get boring, Dwarford. It's literally impossible. Hey. Oh, there it is. Smelt 1 hematite ore. "70-year-old jurist." I mean, Evil Dagmar, your username checks out, let me tell you. I wonder if we're going to get to trade even. Okay, so you... There you go. Iron bolt. 4. A dead and done? I don't know what that means. Veteran. What happens if the fort dies? You write down how it died and what the ending was, and then I will start a new fort on Friday. Next week, if the fort dies. If it doesn't die, then we keep playing. We're making iron bolts. You should go place an item in a stockpile. Update equipment. Do I not have leather? Gross. Yeah, I do. Okay, there you go. Go make your leather quiver. Oh, yeah, no, totally. Well, I mean, reclaims can happen, but that's only if... That's something I have the power over, I suppose. Although, I think it wouldn't make much sense to go directly back to a fortress after it's been retired. Okay. I'm also going to go down into... I don't like this big square of workshops I've got. It's very cruddy and not like me, but here we are. Trying to decide how I want to do this. I know I missed those 2 spots, but just wait. I have a plan. Okay. Do you have bolts just yet now, dwarf? There we go. Bolts. Bone bolts. Confirm. Let's see if this dwarf let's actually just only go for the metal bolts. Now what I need to do is go where is the demon? More accurately, where is the giant ulm? Okay, so the demon is like right here. So I could dig through here. Then down into here. Then along here. And along here. And smooth out this. Fucking shoot at it. That's what I could do. It's the only real logical way forward that I can see. It's the only real logical way forward that I can see. That's exactly what you were thinking? Yeah, and then hope that they can pick it off. So I'm going to pause the game for a second here. And I'm going to jump over to my spreadsheet. And I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. I'm going to copy this. Close the other one. Copy this. Make a new sheet. Paste it. Delete column. Widen this. And then go down to here, and then format. Actually, is there a sort option here? Is there a way to, like, randomize the order of something in a Google Doc? I'm sure there is. I'm just not great at spreadsheets. Just find an online dice roller. Might need to ask Snow. I mean, I'm asking everybody, which should be more effective than just asking one person. If nobody happens to know, then I'll just go look up a link. Select data range and then navigate to data, randomize range. Okay, hold on. That'll make sense. Data. Trying to figure out where's data range. Few more actions. Sort range. Randomize range. Found it. Let's view more cell actions. Wolfist Wolf, you're first. If I just embiggen the size of this, this is my order. Wolfist Wolf, Eurus Games, Abraxas, probably Jody, Baron Balloon, Aeronamo, Hicks, Bismuth, That Man, JJ Rod, Romanoid, Silver She, Bone Doll. In that order. Although, it is a grim reminder of winter hardships to come. We don't need any more of those. The supply caravan from the Army of Fingers is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. I think it'll be a very sudden, expected death, actually, but it's good to know the outpost liaison has arrived. Let's just sell those bone bolts. Why don't we? And continue watching these dwarves dig. And as a reminder, for anybody whose turn it is, you're absolutely allowed to, stream or record it, do whatever you want. I've got one season left on my slot. I don't think I've totally fucked this up, though. I think this is a relatively passable base for insanity. Got an adequate appraiser. There is no rock equivalent of bins. You can make metal bins, though. Sodell, the expedition leader, meets with the outpost liaison Alath Romgizgigun. There's much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. Chat, what should I request? What do you think we should request? Beer. We have dogs, though. 2 of them. They won't be able to bring lots of it, though. These are just tiny wagons all around Helper. Fire extinguishers. You know, iron bars. Yeah. Although there is iron on the map. So it is actually, for when it comes to iron, if you scroll down on this side, there is magnetite right here. So you could, like, basically dig to, like, right here. And then dig that out. Without actually, you know, putting yourself at threat. There's also Jasper Opals, so... Shouldn't Wolf is saying in this? I'm not sure if they're here right now. I think I'm going to request... We do have flux. Yeah, there's chalk. I'm going to do what I would normally do. Is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to import wood. I'm going to import bloodthorn logs. Because I like bloodthorn logs. Damn it. They want thread and short swords. Do I have any silk or raw glass? There's sand literally everywhere. Glass is not a problem here. As for silk, well... Whoops. They usually bring silk, though. Kind of regardless of what you do as the player. Should also like to note that our human bowman here is a legendary tracker. That is the most I'm an adventurer skill to be a legend in. That is correct, Evil. But we also don't need to ask for glass once again because like there's white sand literally everywhere. So just like make some. We've got 300 dwarf dollars. I think I'm gonna request some beer and some wine because it's cheap. And also the milk, we're gonna make some cheese out of that. Because, you know, a smart dwarf would be like, I'm gonna buy something that isn't that, but nah, I just want the barrels. Dang it. Fine, then. Did I not make a farmer's shop yet? God damn it. I really hate it when I end up making forts like this. That's just like, here's just a grid of fucking workshops. Do I have plaster? You don't need plaster. Just make a splint. Splints are literally identical in their effectiveness to plaster, by the way. If anything, plaster's worse because it also requires bags. It's a lot more steps to make plaster. Yeah, I almost never have plaster in my forts. Oh, yeah, it only works if you type it in without responding to somebody. Devil on. And we're going to make cheese on repeat. And I'm going to jump all the way to that combat. It's all the way over here. No, the other combat. Not that combat. Hold on a second. Oh. I think it's dead. So there's this guy here fighting with the imp. But I think that the Wrath of Steam died to a giant Olm. However, I do not know what killed the giant Olm. If it's even dead. But yeah. The creature is dead. Holy shit. Okay. We just need this to finish draining, and then I can dump this again. So that was the one that we killed, but 2 more have died since. Wait, did the fucking fire imp kill one? Please tell me you killed one. Oh. Oh my god. So something must have killed that other demon because there's water laced with loam there. I mean, this is not nearly as funny as the zombie fighting with a weasel for all eternity, but this is up there. This is up there. This is up there. Did you get in? As in, did you get in the order? Yeah, you're in the order. Your turn. Let's just title this form properly so I can keep track of it. If you are that man, Bismuth, you're number 9 on the list. This will all be pinned on the Discord after the stream's over. But we've still got the remainder of Autumn. Oh, jeez, man. I mean, here's the thing, Huntress Zildy. There will be more opportunities. This won't be the only time we do this. Putting items in barrels. Pray to Lek. Sometimes you've just got to pray to Lek and get yelled at by people who want to cry on somebody in charge. I think probably the actual play is to just start, like, what's the word? Getting or building fortifications wherever you can in the underground. Just so that when things emerge, you can shoot them with bolts. You know, this, okay, so this is kind of where my headcanon is at for this right now. And this can go in whatever direction you guys want it to, really. But my current imagination for this is like a surface tavern that is a cover-up for like an actual Oblivion Gate. Like, it's just, this is a demon hole with demons in it. It's hell. Portal to hell, literally. And it's a public tavern and everybody's happy-go-lucky all the time. But periodically the dwarves go underground to just like murder demons. Like, yeah, it's just like slowly amassing an army of monster hunters who know the truth of what's going on down below. It's kind of where my brain is at. Don't ask where the beer gets its flavor. Yeah. I won't. Don't worry. Because it all tastes like piss. Brewed from plants grown in hell? I wonder if you can actually brew plants in hell. So once this up here is finished being built, then we can safely drain this. Although I could probably safely drain it right now. I'm just not sure if any of them are actually in vision, I guess. Because there is kind of a bunch of these dudes still. These guys are like not threatening at all, by the way. They're literally just a giant snail composed of steam. So you just shoot it with a couple bolts and they'll just pop. Like they are not threatening in the slightest. Devil's whiskey. Yeah, it's whiskey brewed in hell. Made from the fruits grown only in hell. Surprise, it's terrible. Don't tell anybody. But then you just think of Fireball. It's just cinnamon. What's wrong with cinnamon? I mean, I'm not a particular fan of Fireball, but like it's not like it's offensive. Ah, that's fair. I mean, if you don't like cinnamon, then yes, it's understandable and makes sense that you wouldn't like Fireball. Whiskey is often terrible. Scotch, on the other hand, terribly delicious. Or horrifically overpriced, depending on the variety. All right, let's drain this. I'm taking screenshots, but when I'm done streaming, I will do write-ups for all the screenshots I decide to use. I think is probably the better way to do this. So Etor the doctor gives it a pull. And here we go. As soon as it's done being pulled, whoosh. And whoosh. And once again, whoosh. Kerplunk. Like it always seals in a little bit more. Never quite enough. Ironically, the ironic part about this is like if this water wasn't here, this would be perfectly safe. To just drain in like this and seal it off like the way we're doing it. But because this water's here, it's not filling back up. So in a weird way, if this wasn't here, like if this was walled off, we'd be able to fill it in like this. But because it's constantly draining this way, there's very little we can do. It's like we just need a shit ton more water, basically. So I guess maybe like, gotta widen it. Because I can close this. And we could drain this. And widen it. Well, I'm just kind of like also brainstorming. No, I don't think you have to cave it in. I mean, oops, wrong button. Is it still... Yep. This is fine. Recently had a visitor problem with like 20 bajillion times, and the petition was just full of it over and over and over again. Oh, really? Except, you know, cavern has collapsed repeatedly. I guess it's just going to come with a note. Leave, like, cave-ins disabled until we find a solution, basically. So what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to close this. When you mine a sink, yeah, it kind of is, actually. So let's drop this. Pull it again. Just to seal this. Okay, dig through this. And let's sim big in it. Let's try and get more water into here. Oh, that's the wrong button. Don't do that one. That's dumb. That looks like a trout. Yes. This is also an aquifer, so it's going to rapidly fill up. Thankfully, they'll be able to dig through it quite quickly. And then also, I don't think I made hatch covers. But let's just make some wooden hatch covers. Did I ramp my stairs? Nope, they're still there. Okay, we're also going to ramp these. Actually, let's just ramp the back in the middle of this. How do you disable cave-ins? Hit escape, hit settings, go to game, enable cave-ins, disable cave-ins. I'll just chuck a screenshot of this in with my posts. You know, this ended up filling a lot more time than I expected it to. I mean, we're only into mid-autumn. Uh-oh, game's paused. First of sandstone, mid-autumn. What do cave-ins do in this game? It makes things fall. So if you remove all the support from something, it'll fall. But the save file right now is kind of unplayable if you don't have them turned on. Or turned off, rather. The save file just kind of breaks. Which is, you know, unfortunate, but also kind of hilarious, so... When the next person takes this save file, which is going to be Wolfist Wolf, they're going to have to be aware that in order to keep it playable, they're going to need to disable cave-ins. Okay. Just keep at this. Kind of amazed that the moods are as good as they are. I think it's probably because for a good chunk of the fort, half the fort was just getting, like, splashed with mist. Then once all this is done being dug out, we can just fill this back up. Maybe get one more big flood. And see if that's enough. Isn't that Riven? Or is that Mist 3? I thought that Riven was the sequel to Mist. Speaking of, Cyan Worlds just laid a bunch of people off, actually. Okay, let's go over to here and throw a hatch on top of this. And open this up. And now it begins to fill once more. We already traded. I bought a bunch of cheese and some booze. You know, the important stuff. Yeah, it leads to the drainage. Drainage of what? Don't worry about it. I said don't worry about it. I don't know if anybody else likes the design of this fort, but I gotta be honest with you, chat, I kind of love it. I think it looks awesome. This is a pretty great little front door. A pretty great little front door. If this fortress doesn't become a rabid cult, then I don't know what will. And everybody gets to do some crafting. Who's super pissy? It's the miner. Oh. You know, honestly, I don't blame Lorbam for being upset here. It was their husband who died first. I think that is entirely justified. The first thing they did was draw an image of bolts. Do you think it would be too dark to give this dwarf the first bedroom? Because I don't think it is. I think our first bedroom goes to the poor miner, Lorbam. You guys can do with that what you will. Do with that what you will. Over here, the water is beginning to fill. And the levels begin to rise. I'm also going to ask them to burrow through this, and I will put a floor piece on top of that. Really? Has anybody looked at the legends for this world at all? That's kind of something I hope people will do over the week. Let's go see if they can find some more interesting stories or stuff that we can work towards. Yeah, I mean, they're eating well on the local fish supply, the local salmon supply. I'm sure wildlife conservationists really hate us periodically destroying the fish on the surface. How's this dwarf feel? Is frequently depressed and is dour as a rule. She is conflicted by this. She values parties, merrymaking in the abstract. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And she doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing her mind, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She has a greedy streak, and she is not, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. Yeah, she's not the happiest dwarf, that's for sure. I need to do this center section first. I actually need to micro this, otherwise I've kind of fucked it up. Whoopsies, wrong task. Otherwise this is gonna cave in. Can't have that. Well, I mean, it won't cave in, which is actually kind of the problem here. There we go. I just need that and that done, and then everything else can go in whatever order. And there's her bed with her husband. We're into mid-autumn, chat. We've got 1 month left. Anything I should try and do within the last month, aside from dump this final deluge of water down into here and hope that it improves things a bit? I'm really curious if you guys think there's anything else we should try and get done here in the last chunk of time. Because whoever gets the save file next can do literally whatever they want with the entrance of this fort. I've built forts similar to this before, but man, it's been a long time. This isn't an aquifer, this layer. This is just water that's falling down here. So it is already through the aquifer. So once it's one layer further down, it's basically safe to go. Doesn't feel anything after sleeping in a very good bedroom. Sad. Shame. Start building a tower. I mean, I think we need to get bedrooms done first, mate. He says as he's, like, prettifying his walls. And this dwarf was the one who jumped into the lava. Let's do a wooden chair. And make it out of... willow. Wooden table. And willow. Okay, first layer of this is done. It's taking a lot longer to fill now, but that's fine. Comes with the territory. Let's also build some bauxite stairs going down. Some big in that a little bit. Get those bauxite blocks continuing. This is continuing to fill here at a pretty decent clip. I've actually sped up the flow by channeling through that extra tile. Shouldn't take too long to fill up. All right, chat. What are your expectations for this fort? Do you think it'll still be running for Friday next week? Or do you think we'll be starting a new succession fort Friday next week with a bit of a story to read? What do you guys expect? Chat's a little quiet at the moment, so I'm curious as to your expectations for the fortress for the week. YouTube folks, thanks for all the likes, by the way. I do appreciate it. But I'm genuinely curious. Beautiful disaster. Don't think it's gonna live? Has the hole been stopped up? No. No, it hasn't. But the good news is nothing can get out. You're not sure it will survive? I mean, as long as people are cautious. 27th of Sandstone, we got another group of migrants. As long as people are cautious, I don't know. I'm like cautiously optimistic right now. Cautiously optimistic is what I'm going to go with. Let's just try and keep that chat moving for the last of this time. We've only got 1 month left. We're going to need a round of water. Not just yet, but when I pull this lever. I really hope it's still going and has made like minimal progress, but like is somewhat more functional as a fortress by that point. Because, I don't know. I think that would just be really entertaining. Like, genuinely, I just think that would be way more entertaining. If it's like minimal progress, but like, you know, still alive. The one thing that fully prevents demons from approaching is now fully integrated as part of the road network. I mean, it's not the right material, but... Although, what is this, actually? This is chalk blocks. Yeah, like, someone could actually replace all of this with chalk, because there is chalk on the map. I've just been using bauxite, because I like the color of bauxite. But there is chalk on the map, so we could, in fact, actually replace the rest of the road with chalk. And make it look more proper. I've just, like I said, been using bauxite because I like the color of it. Just trying to get a tiny little tavern built down here. How's this doing? 7 on the first layer. Cross the creek and roll over the Hellgate. It saves the world from demons. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just this last bit, and then we can do one final drainage. It certainly is the Screaming Bridge. Chat, we need a good name for the tavern. Now that I think about it, we need a good name for the tavern. Because the Screaming Bridge is pretty good. The Hellish Bridge could also be pretty good. The Blind Spot. That just sounds like White Spot to me. Which is a not very good local diner chain. Or family restaurant. I don't know if I'd quite call them a diner. Some days I'd rather go to Wendy's, so... Or a Denny's, rather, not Wendy's. Wrong Wise. World's End. Yeah. Well, let's see what we can do here. In the slash tavern. Tavern, and no tavern keeper just yet. And we'll call it a demon. No, end of roads. What do you think? The end of roads? The toasting pit? The roasting pit? The drowning pool? Something I find that's really funny about like chat delay, Letteran, is when I suggest like 6 things and then chat's just like, sure! And I'm like, to which one? Happens all the time. The crispy corner. The crusty corner? Crusty crap. Actually, hold on. I need to know. Is crusty a word? No, it's not. I was going to say, the crusty crab is not an option, unfortunately. Or fortunately. I mean, the memes would be too strong. I wouldn't be able to handle that power. This obviously is very much a prototype, but I said that I would have drinks ready. Choose which stockpile the workshop will give items. We'll just set this to give stockpile for right now. Oopsies, wrong button. That's the button. Oh, you're telling a story. What story? It's very exciting. The tusks of mining of the euphoric empire founded Windpack. So nothing super exciting, but tusks of mining. You know, Tarn said in the interview the other day that elephants can't dig. Well, that dwarf is telling a story about the tusks of mining. So I don't know what that means, but it doesn't mean that elephants can't dig. Chat, we're going to dump a lot more water down there now. Chat, for those of you who are subscribed here on Twitch, could I get a round of water? Crypt whooshes. And for YouTube folks, could you just get post some blue squares? Now that it's falling. Set it to close. Whoosh. It's fun kind of following it. It's super cool, actually. Oh, come on. Well, it's made some progress. It's sealed off more. Still far from the goal. But it's sealing further. I'm presuming it's continuing. I do think, like, the only way to actually fix this would be, like, with some shenanigans and a build now command or something. But I don't know if I really want to do that. I'm starting to think that these lava flows just can't have obsidian formed on them. There is also this. Oh my god, actually, hold up. Huh. Well, that's slightly concerning. Let's just get these dwarves out of the way of the chairs so that they can construct this easily. Let's move over to the other side. So adamantine spires made. Well, you see when two adamantine spires love each other very, very much. One, two, three, four, five, eight, four, eight. This does look awesome, I gotta say. I'm also gonna go up to here and I'm gonna grab this. Was that the Shady Chapel? Was that the name of it? No, it's the Shady. Let's rename this to the Shady Chapel. The Shady Chapel. It's very shady. Maybe is digging the pit even wider and building a tower in the center that looks down into the demon pit? Oh, totally. I mean, there's lots of things that we could do with it. We need to figure out some way to block it. Like, that's the only thing that I kind of keep coming back to here is we really need a way to block it. If we don't get a way to block it, we're just going to kind of be not SOL, but like in a not good place for a while. Yeah, that's just kind of all I really see is that we need to figure out a way to block it, basically. Otherwise, it's just we're just gonna have to leave no cave-ins running forever, which I kind of don't want to do. Like, ideally, you'd want to be able to fix that sooner than later. This ain't no aquifer, is it? Maybe it is. Shit. Oh, no, wow, it is. Okay. Well, I will fill this in then. I will fill this in then. The big aquarium inside of it, like a nightclub? Like as in like a water feature? Sure. An aquarium specifically? No, I don't think so. Like something that's specifically referred to as an aquarium? No, I have not. And also because I like multi-layered things. I'm gonna dig down into here. I'm also going to go all the way through here. Oopsies, that's chop trees, not dig. Thinking maybe could do some glass and let them look down into there and have a main hallway. Run underneath this, maybe? Still filling. You filled a pit with giant olms? Okay, actually, I did one in Fire Orb. I did make a giant glass ball, and I filled it up with demons, and they started making babies. But I didn't. It wasn't an aquarium because it wasn't full of water. It was full of lava. That was fun. I guess that kind of counts. Although it was more of a library. Yeah, I don't know. Players. I mean, hey, some people are into it. I ain't judging. It's not my place, okay? It's more of a voyeur-chasm than voyeurism. All right, well, that we can do something with. "26th of Timber, late autumn." But yeah, I think this will be fun to return to next week, assuming it's not dead. And I do think that there's going to be fun to be had here in this place. I hope that you guys are able to mess around with this location as much as I've been able to, although ideally more. So as my time here in this fortress comes to a close, thank you for pressuring me into this nonsense. Is it bedtime, Fraga? And let's see what our expedition leader is able to get up to next. I mean, she is sitting here performing the rites of the scalded cult in an undedicated temple. If nothing else, that's a declaration of war if I ever saw one. True, yeah, you do got to nap in between beers. That's important. So the next person to take the save file is Wolfist Wolf. Following Wolfist Wolf, assuming the fort's still going, will be Eurist Games. And after that, Melgos or Abraxas. And then probably Jody, are the first 5. There's a joke in there, Fraga. Yes, I am finishing the stream. But before I finish stream, I'm going to save, return to title menu, and I just gotta say, of all things, I am fucking shocked this fort isn't dead. Fucking shocked. Completely shocked. Absolutely shocked. I will note as well that we're still $25 away from the daily minimum. Oh well, we'll survive. If you happen to have a Prime sub, do think about me though. What I'm going to show you is I'm going to show you how to grab your save file. You're going to go right-click, Dwarf Fortress, Installed Files, Browse. You're going to click on Save. And this is the one that you want. So I'm going to rename this folder, the top one, it's most recently modified, Underhouse V2. Then I'm going to right-click that. And I'm going to compress it. Then, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the Dwarf Fortress File Depot, which is right here. I'm going to upload a file. Going to grab this, and I'm going to browse here. We're going to grab it. I'm going to upload it. And I have uploaded to the blank pre-community fortress. Underhouse, which is the right name, right? Yes. And I'm just going to copy this. And go to this. And I'm just going to type in community games, DF version. That, because it's the one that they have listed. And submit a file listing. So, I mean, if anybody wants to go mess around with it, here's the link. But Wolfist Wolf is up next. I will tag Wolfist Wolf in this room and ping them in once I'm done with my write-ups. Yeah, you're up next. The order is Wolfist Wolf, Eurist Games, Abraxas, probably Jody for the first 5. Good luck. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now, and then I'm going to go right for a bit. And we'll be back Tuesday. I'll be back Tuesday with my fort. But the audience has all week until next Friday to progress this save. I will also note, disable cave-ins, Wolf is Wolf. I will throw instructions in there on how to do that, if you don't know. But you're up. Good luck. And yeah, that's it. So good night, YouTube. We'll see you on the flip. Do take care of yourselves. Thanks for watching. Twitch chat, you guys want to go raid somebody? YouTube, if you want to come with, you can. Just got to tune into Twitch. Laters. We ready? Let's go see who's on and who we can raid. Having a quick peek. Do you guys want to watch Policy of Madness